so many the court judgment in his current term, and he obeyed all of them. So there's no base for saying he's a dictator. He's far from a dictator. I'm done speaking.
Thank you very much, first class escort to the VIP, and I want to comment briefly, and then we'll go to our closing thoughts and burning from our mod squad. The statement, pardon Coco, there might be AT&T peeps outside. I had them come do some wires across my backyard a couple of months ago also. The statement that there are no balances couldn't be further from the truth. And what I heard from the prior speaker, what I heard was that him, other people, and so-called experts didn't agree with the Supreme Court decision. In other words, humble opinion, if they had agreed with the Supreme Court decision, or if the Supreme Court would have decided oppositely, then they would be embracing them. They'd be on their knees, sucking their kneecaps, saying, oh, of course there's checks and balances, because they agreed with the decision. You see, it takes a critical thinker to distinguish fact from opinion. And we've been encouraging this for years on the show. We encourage everybody to educate themselves as much time as they have available to them, which I know time is money and time is going short, to search out your information. But wherever you get your information from, always think the information that I'm getting, is it fact, is it opinion, or is it a combination of both? Most of the time, it's going to be a combination of both. And then it's up to you to decide what is actual fact, what is opinion. And with that, let's go to JCC. JCC, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, sir. Where's your drill sergeant? Sir! You mean to tell me that you finished your drills training all on your own? That's the fact, Jack! Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, JCC. Let's go to our mod squad physicist, John Malincrot, who continues to say democracy is coming to an end. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, no, I already said goodbye to democracy, but I will just point out that there are no checks and balances. There never have been. There's only been norms, and the norms have been that a president respects Supreme Court decisions, etc. The Supreme Court has no power to enforce its decisions, and Trump may have not fully violated any Supreme Court decision. There's been precious few that he's really needed to, given the Supreme Court. But it's coming. I guarantee you it's coming. By next year at this time, we'll
sound like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. And we'll understand it does the pump. It does the pump and it's coming. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just that, as I say, there are no checks and balances. Trump can literally, even right now, but he doesn't need to yet. He'll need to by next year. He doesn't need to yet, but by next year he will need to, and he can do literally anything he wants. There is nothing that's off limits. He's already effectively a dictator because he can do anything he wants. And the reason for that is simple. That's because, especially in the wake of the Supreme Court granting him almost unconditional immunity, the only remedy for anything he does, the only remedy is impeachment and conviction. And if anybody thinks that is going to happen, you haven't got your thinking cap on. Trump can literally do anything that he wants.
And as you can tell by now, and we'll continue on, it's a fact that my mod squad is not an Uncle Steve echo chamber. I'm an atheist. We have a lot of people that believe in God. I'm an independent. We have a lot of people that are both Democrat and Republican. And we have a lot of the mod squad that do not agree with my opinions. My mod squad is not a fucking echo chamber. Cora, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I just want to concur with John and Carlos. I think there is a distinction where the Supreme Court, in fact, is not acting as a check and balance on the president in any meaningful way. They're doing what they can, get by with without, pissing him off too much. But at this point, it's like I would encourage people to go read the minority opinions on just about every decision that comes through to see what a better hot take on the constitutional interpretation should be, and that's coming from Supreme Court justices. So we've lucked out, I think, in a way on a few issues that John Roberts has kind of been cared more about his legacy and reputation than he has about being a party loyalist. So we're lucky with that. But it really is the Heritage Foundation basically set up this situation first with Bush and then in Trump's first term to get us into this issue where the Supreme Court is pretty flaccid, I would say, on all of their rulings. And of course, Congress is thoroughly in having, the opposite of Trump derangement syndrome. I forget what they call it, Trump devotion syndrome. Anyway, so, we have to be realistic. It's like, yeah, we can argue about whether or not on paper there's a check and balance, but the reality is when people say there's no checks and balances, what they mean is the Supreme Court isn't fulfilling their duties, right? Or at least the conservative side of the Supreme Court. And it's really unfortunate because they do set precedents, right? And what they've done is they've set us up for another decade or more of clawing back this overreach on executive power. It's unfortunate. If they make some sort of decision that allows Trump to run again, which I doubt, honestly, I think that's ironclad. And like I said, I think enough of them would care about their legacy not to make that absolutely stupid of an opinion, going ahead. But I really don't know at this point. I predict, though, that the next ticket will be some combination of J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk. Trump, I think it would be a disaster if he ran again. He knows it because he's just aging out of the ability to be president at this point. And it's kind of silly if he would run after what they did to Biden in the last election process. So. And
in my humble opinion, it will be Newsom versus DeSantis, but it's just my opinion. It's
what about little Marco, though? Trump seems at times to all but annoy little Marco. In fact, some people are saying this is one of the reasons Vance went to Israel recently. He's trying to sort of increase his profile because it seems like the king has a favorite son, and it's not J.D. Vance.
Well, after you kill the Pope, you know what I'm saying. But let's go to Violet. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
I just want to, Scott.
Okay.
I think, Trump obviously likes Marco Rubio because Marco Rubio is doing all the heavy lifting on foreign policy for him. But he's also taking all the credit for Marco Rubio's work and also allowing J.D. Vance to take credit. Like in the case with India and Pakistan, like having J.D. Vance out there as if the White House had anything to do with that other than making a couple of procedural phone calls. The European leaders did that deal. And if anybody was involved, it was Marco Rubio. So. Yeah, it's. I think that the reason why I say Vance and Kirk is Erica Kirk brings the reality star stupidness of Trump with her, and J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's puppet, and that's.
Do you think? What about all the?
Well, hang on, Scott. Scott said, why don't you wait till your
sorry.
to say goodbye? Okay, we got Violet because Alphonse is on the phone. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, another really intriguing Saturday with you and the Mod Squad, Steve. I hope everybody has a great rest of their Saturday, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you. And last but not least, Reverend Scott, can you give us the soul count and then take your time to say goodbye?
I can't because I left my
Oh, that's
plug
right.
at,
And you are off to your coffee
I'm
shop.
waiting for the subway. Public.
All right, go ahead and take your time to say.
No, I agree. Again, I often am in agreement with my dear friend John Malincrot about the problem with the court not having the means to enforce things. And I also think if I could wave my magic wand and just change the Constitution, I would make impeachment harder to do, harder to actually get an impeachment proceeding going. Make that like a 60% vote or something, and then make it easier to convict. I mean, make it a simple majority, because that's the problem. I mean, it's too hard to get a conviction. It should be hard. It's too easy probably to get an impeachment process going. You can do it politically if you have the votes, but it's too hard to actually convict someone. And so I think I would lower the bar for conviction on it. And I think that would, in this instance, maybe give us a ray of hope. I also agree with John. It's about norms, not laws. Republics are held together by norms, not laws. This is the thesis of Mortal Republic, a great book on Roman history by Ed Watts, coming back on the podcast this week to discuss his new book on Roman history. But Ed brilliantly charts out how Rome became an autocracy, and it's just norm breaking. It wasn't laws. It was people just doing shit that wasn't done over about 2 centuries, and then the whole thing just fell apart into a dictatorship. So again, John is often the voice of reason, my dear friend, and I also think that I wonder of Cora's thoughts, and maybe we can talk about tomorrow, just on this disgusting defense of these racists in the Republican Party by J.D. Vance, who has a brown wife and brown children. And is just saying that these are just kids making Hitler jokes. Kids, by the way, 40 years old, some of them. I wonder, will the right tolerate a candidate that's spouse and children are not white? I mean, in the current, now I think in a previous instantiation of the party, Uncle Steve, back in your day, the old Republican Party, which you were a member of, maybe would have tolerated, but I don't know that this MAGA party will tolerate racial impurity. Thank you, everybody, and goodbye.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan would roll over in his grave if he saw the Republican Party today. But with that, we are done. Thank you all very much. If any of you missed any part of the show, replays are on, of course. On behalf of the Mod Squad, I wish you and your families a great remainder of your Saturday. We will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. for another 3 hours of Ask the Atheist with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad. And we will be talking about the new Pew Research study, which says that more people are turning to religion. Take care, everybody. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Candlelight and moonlight all around us. I look into your eyes. You hold my hand underneath the table, and I can't disguise the way I feel. I could have wished 1,000 wishes for this night. I can't believe that it's finally me and you and me, just us and your friend Steve. Do Steve. Do Lee. What's the deal with your friend Steve? Oh hey, how's it going? You took me out for wobbles and to the movies. I was hoping for romance. You even took me to the Mexican circus. I thought there was a chance we'd be alone. I could have wished 1,000 wishes for Steve to disappear. What the fuck's your fucking problem? Why is he always here? Do Steve. Do go away. What's the deal with your friend Steve? Oh hey, how's it going? It's not that I don't like your friend, but how many hours with him can you spend? And it's not that I don't think he's great, but it's only you. Only you. I wanna play. just what your steez is, so I know if I should shave tonight. I could have wished 1,000 wishes, 'cause I'd like to be with you. But if it's always me and you and your friend Steve, there's nothing I can do, Steve. Why don't you just go be with your best friend and boyfriend, Steve?
Every single day.
And that's why we got the highest suicide rates too. We had a soldier kill himself, an old soldier kill himself, and it got back to our unit. He got out the military, and probably a year and a half later, he ended up blowing his head off because it was like receiving the benefits for his family, them getting that forever check, and then also paying that little additional. And it's like he set this shit up, paying the little additional on for his insurance, type of insurance would have been better for him. And it's like he wrote a whole letter on it. So like this shit is weird that someone would come up here El Normo to say, oh, well, they got this program, that program. Y'all act like there's not fucking little, there's little wording within those programs. That shit doesn't benefit the majority. It doesn't help the majority. We have a lot of issues with a lot of these veterans getting out, especially the ones that actually have families and were able to have those families that have the resiliency to deal with the issues that their spouse has coming out of their positions.
And that's the key word you just used. There are many veterans that were very resilient during their tour of service, and the resilient ones down the road pay the cost. Because what happens is when they do occur problems, mental problems, when they occur some physical problems because of something that took place when they're in service, because of the loopholes and the bureaucracy of things, they cannot get adequate care because they're told you didn't tell nobody when you were in service. And that's the hardship. And unfortunately, we have somebody in office that has no respect for the military and the veterans.
No, sir, that's not true. That's not true.
That's a true statement.
No, sir, it's not. Donald Trump has immense amount of respect.
You're not representative of Donald Trump, TC. Just let him talk.
For veterans, and I agree with you, there needs to be some reform. The president is not the one that's blocking VA reform.
Okay.
It's Congress. It's Congress. Well, one second, sir. It's Congress, and I agree with you. There needs to be VA reform. There needs to be VA reform, but in the Senate, you have to have a supermajority, which is 60 votes, which means you need both Democrats and Republicans to agree. And it's my hope that under this administration, we will see VA reform. If I'm not mistaken, we passed VA reform under his first administration. I have to double check that. But I hope under this administration, especially with the power that he yields and the influence that he has on the Republican Party, we VA reform. But no, sir, he definitely respects the veterans. He respects your sacrifice. He respects your service. That's why he did service.
Why is Congress blocking?
I will just make this one comment.
Why is Congress blocking the reform? What is it about the reform that's problematic for Congress? Because what we can do, the reason why I'm asking, is that everybody has access to their congressman. And if this is really a problem, because if it's not a problem for anybody in this room, it's a problem for your uncle, it's a problem for your cousin, it's a problem for your brother, or anyone who served. And once we start calling, because a lot of times we get in these rooms with all of these people, many of these people in these rooms are powerful and they have connections. And if you don't know it, that your congressman is your public servant. And you can call them and say, we need for you to support the VA reform.
So my congressman, Fitzpatrick, who I have his cell phone number, and I'm thinking about calling him right now. I will bring him on this call. He sits on the Veteran Affairs. I think if I'm not mistaken, he might even chair or co-chair one of the subcommittees on the VA reforms. Fitzpatrick, you'll know him as one of the most bipartisan congressmen in the Congress. And I'm thinking about calling him and seeing what his opinions are on this. But I did a quick research. And yes, Trump did, in fact, pass VA reform in 2017. He he passed the Appeals, Improvement, and Modernization Act of 2017 and the VA Mission Act of 2018, which broadened veterans' access to community care services outside of VA facilities. Most recently, the VA Home Loan Reform Program was signed July 30th, 2025 under the Trump administration. And he also issued a major executive order establishing the National Center for Warrior Independence for homeless veterans. So I just want to make sure to correct the record. Donald Trump has done more than provided lip service to veterans. He's literally signed legislation and executive orders to promote and support veterans. So I understand it's not enough, and I'm not saying that it is enough, and I'm not saying that it goes far enough. What I am saying is it is a false narrative to suggest the president doesn't care about the veterans.
Okay, and that's a false narrative too, because there's an internal VA memo, I'm gonna go ahead and put that in the chat, that shows creation of staffing caps and hiring controls. They also have from the OMB guidance to the agencies, including VA, to prepare for massive layoffs. So let me tell you, it's crazy too. There's another guy that I work with right now, because I work with a lot of civilian entities when it comes to the position I got put in. Something that used to take 6 months, because if you look at the VA chart, when it comes to, it's supposed to take anywhere from 6 months to a year. He has been waiting he's been waiting over a year now for a decision from the board. They're understaffed.
Usual.
Right, they're understaffed right now, and he's not getting any information. He was asking us, hey, can we, like, if he could take a day off to go down to Warner Robins or to go talk to his representative in fucking Marietta when it came to his VA benefits. He's not able to get a decision on what his percentages look like, and we know that he's having issues because one of my boss wrote a letter to send to his doctor, and it has to do with his back, and it's aggravated because of his current job, and there's been a pause on all this shit. Like, if you know any veteran, they'll tell you right now there is an issue with them getting decisions back. The appeal process, they know, has been put on pause. It's not as simple as you think it is. Y'all keep coming up with these fucking things that you Googled and read, but there's people that have real life experience. This shit is not, and this is not just one person. This is a lot of veterans. And the ones that haven't retired or weren't able to retire because of things like he said, his blindness, or those that are fucking with no fucking legs, this shit is affecting their family, or no arms, or we got people that actually survive with just a torso.
Are we ready for the Mayo Monkey or no?
No,
I'm not
because you don't know what you're talking about.
So thank you for pointing that. Oh, go ahead and Mel, because I'm gonna give space to the veterans first. Yes.
I came up to briefly talk about TC. I'm retired military. I'm retired to a veteran. I have VA, but I TRICARE military establishment and my wife's medical insurance. The point is that you guys don't understand how the insurance industry works, especially how the veterans work. And the thing about what Trump has done to the VA, he's done some good things. I'm not going to lie about that. But he's also done a lot of smoke and mirrors. And he's just trying to push profits over to the private industry. But Trump has devastated the VA because look at the staffing cuts currently and the wait time. The wait time hasn't decreased, it's increased. But what they're doing is to tell you, I'm going to decrease the wait time. I'm going to increase the wait times at the VA so you could be forced to go to private sector. And that all their buddies are a part of that particular construct, and they're setting up industries where they can actually serve the veterans. But in the end, your records get divided into two places. So especially when you're trying to adjudicate a case, you don't have to go to an external entity to get your records because they haven't merged. If you're going to go to see an outside provider, if it's going to be sent back to the VA, it doesn't. So there's a lot of things that can be done to fix the VA, but Trump is only giving really words to a lot of these things, and they're not really fixing the VA. They're trying to profit off the VA. That's a different thing versus fixing it. And I think I would give both parties fault with that because it took me almost 10 years to get my, a lot of time to get my full VA benefits. So just imagine that. And I got really good at actually dealing with the VA, going to court, representing myself at court, laying out my case, what was wrong, getting my statements, getting my buddy statement to say that, yes, I was involved in an accident in Afghanistan where
even with a messed up neck, messed up back, just to get you all what you deserve. And the thing about what I was doing was because my daughter got free education when I was all said and done. She got to go to college for free, without even using my GI Bill. So the thing about it is that when it comes to healthcare, the VA only looks out for you. You know, if you're not retired, man, your family's on their own. And I don't think people understand that. And especially coming from states, when the guy was talking initially about he's come from Florida, Florida's a high cost. My ex-wife just moved from Florida like a year ago because she saw this coming. She was like, I'm out. And she moved back up north because she was like, it's getting ridiculous. Every other month they're raising my insurance, not only just her premium on insurance, but also on her house. You know, her insurance on a house for hurricane coverage was ridiculous. So you guys they're thinking about, oh, Trump is doing all this stuff. He's not. Because if he was, the veterans would tell you exactly, especially the ones who are in the queue trying to get their benefits increased or trying to get the percentage increased. They'll tell you, yeah, times have increased. I could go outside the VA and get the treatment. Because even when now you say there's a form that you sign as a doctor to say, yes, this person is sick, blah, blah, blah. I forget what they call the statement. The VA is not even recognizing those that come from inside the VA. So this is what Trump and them do. So basically, they're saying that the VA cannot be against itself.
Talk about the nexus letter.
You cannot get a nexus letter from a VA doctor. Or the VA doctor cannot basically state what's in there. So you have to go for outside to get a nexus letter. And then they don't even recognize the nexus letters like they do. And the thing about what Trump did again that people don't want to talk about, a lot of the requirements that you would get, say for instance, if you're using a CPAP, if you're using a CPAP, you get 50%. Now they changed that.
Didn't they change it to like 35?
They changed it down to 10%.
10%.
Oh, wow.
So the thing about it is that if you're already in there, you're grandfathered. But there's a lot of other things that Trump and them are changing where it's basically costing the veterans up being downgraded. And the thing about, like I tell a lot of veterans, if you're at 100%, do not go back to the VA for anything. If you're 100% permanent, stay away from the VA because they would find reasons to show that, hey, you've improved. But we all know that people have good days and bad days, or you might tell. And the thing that you might say, and what Trump and them are doing is they're utilizing people's words against them. So you go to the VA and you tell the VA, hey, I'm feeling good. Because some of you people ask you, so how are you doing today? Oh, I'm feeling good. That's today. But how were you feeling last week? And you ain't know how you're going to be feeling the next 3 weeks. And then they put that in people's record and use that against them during their cases. So the VA has become very, 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 I would say, cantankerous in the way that they deal with veterans because it's like you against them. It's not like they're there to provide care, but they're there to provide care, but they're there to adjust your records in a way that affects your VA disability, your VA benefits, and that's what Trump and him has done to the VA. IRS.
If I could make one point before you guys shift on the healthcare issue.
Yeah, I have something for Orlando.
Nobody's talking about the actual issue at the center of this, which is that the Obamacare ACA subsidies expire in December. Open enrollment happens November 1st. And so they want to make sure that those subsidies don't expire because that's what's causing people's insurance to go up to $4,000 doubling. That's the thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene even said she was hearing the most beyond illegals and all of that. She said the biggest issue she's heard for her constituents was the fact that their health care premiums are skyrocketing. So the issue here is where TC is misunderstanding the problem and people are misunderstanding the problem. If the Democrats don't stand firm and force them to extend the ACA subsidies, then everybody's insurance rates are going to go up. And that's at the center of the fight, and nobody's discussing.
Right, and this is why the Democrats have not, quote unquote, caved in, and why they're getting blamed for keeping the government shut down. And I do want to point out that it's always a shit show for our veterans, right? It's never been an easy process. So I'm going to put that on both parties because they absolutely could always do better. I personally believe that our veterans should be prioritized in every fashion. The wait lists, the bullshit. And this is similar to what I was trying to say yesterday when, people were making fun of me or trying to because I didn't care. But like, we have these soldiers. So thank God for people like Patty and Chad and everyone else, and even Mr. Orlando that help because, a lot of times they serve. And I'm thinking of my brother. My brother went in when he was 18. He went to Iraq. Lord knows what he saw. He still suffers from PTSD. He was there for about 6 years, I believe. And then he just couldn't go anymore. He was in sentenced, I believe, with like $20,000-$30,000, which he had to pay back by the when he was discharged. He was exposed to a lot over there, but that was his choice. He gladly served his country. There's still some struggles now, but even I, and I understand quite a bit. I've had my insurance license. I've facilitated health coverage for individuals. I've helped clients get on Social Security because that's what they were paying us to do and da 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 da. I had to sit there and read that. Like, I had to, like, really, y'all, like, I had to, like, close room and play some Mozart and light some candles and, like, what the fuck? That takes a lot to even comprehend at the time. And I was like, God damn, we got to sit on the 1-800 number because what the fuck? It's completely unique. It's not like anything else that's out there. And there's so many nuances to it, and it's like, holy shit. Like, it's not easy to understand, not easy to process, and I'm gonna say that that's done intentionally because what the fuck, right? And I am going to mention that when Donald Trump attacked Senator McCain, so please don't come up here and tell us that he cares about veterans. As somebody said in the chat, he would have never put Hegseth in charge. Hegseth does not give a shit trying to save the Department of War. That is not just what our military does. Our military does not just wage war. So let's not put something on Donald J. Trump that he's never actually said himself. Yes, he did. He attacked Senator McCain. He attacked those families, and he said that he was a loser for getting caught. Yes, he did, Matt. Like, what? You know what? I'm not even going to respond to it. If y'all love this man so much that you can't even acknowledge what he said, yes, it was a pretty big deal. It was a huge deal. And I actually voted for Senator McCain over Barack Obama just for that purpose because my brother was in the military, family members, and I was like, I'm always going to vote for a soldier or consider voting for a soldier because that was very important to me at that time. So, anywho, that's just what I wanted to say. But TC is gone, still here. But TC, please don't ever tell someone who has gone through this that their feelings are false. This person is absolutely correct. What we do a lot is we as humans, we just deny someone else's experience, and that's not okay. You do not speak for Donald Trump. You are not a paid representative. You have not consulted with the president. So I don't know why you even presume or assume that you could sit here and proffer political statements to us as if we're not grown-ass people and we've heard these things for our damn selves. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Orlando, can you send me your Cash App in the back channel, and I want to send you just a little something, ice cream on me for you and your family. I know it's not a lot, but just want you guys to get some ice cream on me or some Starbucks or something this weekend.
No problem.
Oh, this is a reformed pseudo. Not very reformed, but I'm working on it.
One thing about my cousin, she gonna open that pocketbook. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna open that pocketbook, First Lady. First Lady and Patty working on me, and now I got April. I got another handler here, but I'm trying.
Well, I ain't gonna never slow you down. I ain't never gonna slow you
April
down.
ain't gonna stop you. April gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna tell TC.
I just want to tell him, Mr. Orlando, I sent your contact information to a young lady named Chat. Her name is Christine Chatham. She does a lot for vets. Let's see what she could do for you. She's very effective.
Orlando, I also sent you some information in the back
I'm
channel.
gonna tell TC that since Trump cares so much about the military and retirees, why did judges have to reject the VA secretary's request to pause veterans' claims appeals during the shutdown? I wonder why.
That's what I was talking about. Those claims repeals have been put on pause.
Yeah, they're not considered as essential. So then veterans who've been waiting years, my husband is one of them. It's 20 years now that he's still trying to get his full claim. Yeah, why is that happening?
20 years is sad. May I just say, like, we need to do better. Can y'all tell us, like, who do I need to send? I want to send an email and like this. I know it doesn't help.
Mickey,
That
it
is
gets
fucked up.
complicated. It gets complicated because as veterans age, they have more, the disabilities they had worsen, and so the rating can change. So, yeah, that's where we.
And my cash app is retired jailer 2012.
Oh, here come chat.
Retired. What do you call it, sir? Retired.
Retired jailer 2012.
Retired JAILER 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
In the room, chat and meet Mr. Orlando. He's in the Florida area. Yeah, retired. Yeah, he was MP, sir. But
Mr. Orlando.
Mr. Orlando. Not retired yet. Might as well open up your goddamn savings account.
Get your handcuffs.
Yeah, I was an MP.
yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Guys.
okay.
MP.
I was
Yeah,
in jail. That's what's up.
there you go. Y'all
What's
talk that
going
language.
on? You all right?
Oh, I'm always, every day above ground is a good day.
That's a fact.
That's the right attitude, Mr.
Orlando, this
That's
is,
a fact.
So he was
this
just
is
talking about.
yeah. Say, Orlando, this is a young lady I was telling you about. Her name is Chad. She's a friend of the room, and she works with veterans and helps veterans. So, Chad, I'm glad you made it over here to link up with Mr. Orlando. Mr. Orlando, can you just explain to her what's going on with your health insurance, like how it's under threat, and what's going on with you, sir? And he's blind, by the way, Chad.
Well, just that the premiums for healthcare went up 50%.
Shit.
In Florida, because I'm a retired officer with Miami-Dade, and because I'm disabled veteran, I was explaining to the room that when you're a veteran does not curtail that your family going to be covered by the insurance. And so just letting them know in real time, some of the things that are taking place is affecting people in real time. And a lot of people are being affected by some of the policies that are being enacted in the White House, and they're being affected dramatically. In my personal case, I'm just trying to maneuver myself through the VA system, trying to get to 100%, so that I can more adequately take care of my family.
That's what I do. That's what Divine said. He said. That's what I do. He said, "Get Chad in here to help." That's what he said. Shout out to Divine. Yeah, so I actually used to work on both sides of the VA. So I worked on the medical side and mental health, and then I started as a clerk. Okay, start there, but I moved over to the benefit side, and I did claims. Right, so I left the VA and all the good things, and yada yada yada. Left the government altogether and started my own nonprofit. So what I do is called FemVet, but what I do is I help veterans get to 100%, right? Without, so, there's two types of total disability, right? You got permanent and total, and then you have unemployability. Unemployability, they will check your income. We don't want that. We want permanent and total. So that's what I do. I help veterans get to 100% permanent and total. I've taken veterans from 20% to 100% in 3 months. Veterans that only had 2 years of service. All of that, veterans have tried for years. I just had a lady I helped. She's tried for like 6 years to get to 100%. She's been stuck at 80. And then what I told her to do, I only told her to do like 2 things, right? Out of those 2 things, we got her to 100% permanent and total, right? So that's what I do. I have friends that are in leadership at the VA from when I worked in DC, so I will send you my information.
My email is the same thing as my cash app, retiredjailer2012@gmail.com.
Hey, hold on a second.
This one is about y'all.
Send it to her in her back channel, don't say no.
Yeah, Kat, I'm gonna be reaching out to you too.
Okay.
See how she pulled right up. Thank you, Chad. This one is
Now, that's Divine send the back signal. I'm rolling up. I was talking on chatter, and I was like, oh, Divine text me. Gotta go. I left.
Community, baby, community.
And I will say, because I've made a tiny donation to Chat's nonprofit. Like, it is a nonprofit.
She
so
has.
you can get a tax deduction. Because it is a 501c3. So we got to be a baby capitalist. So shout out for those of you that itemize. Shout out to a tax deduction. I will say, Mr. Orlando, that didn't pull up for me. I don't want you to tell all your business on here, but I'm gonna send you a back channel. But that didn't.
Okay.
Retired Jailer 2012 didn't pull up. So yes, sir.
Retired Jailer.
Retired Jailer.
Yes.
Okay.
You should see my smiling picture.
Retired Jailer 22. All right, because we don't want to bless somebody else now.
And maybe you could consider putting your Cash App in your bio, and that way your spelling will get in the way.
Okay, I'll definitely do so.
Shout out to Politically Correct. That's what I'm talking about. That's a fact.
Solution oriented, are you done with that?
Chad, what are the two things you did to get her to 100%?
So what we did was, I reviewed what she was denied for first, and then I reviewed what she had low rankings set for first. And then the third thing that I did was I looked at whatever new on her problem list, whatever new diagnoses were. So I saw that there was something that she was denied for that she should not have been. But why she was denied is she claimed it as primary. So all we did was have them to go back and change it to secondary.
Search field.
Had a re-eval.
Process this outwards.
And they rated her at a 70% the second time. That got her to 90. And then we did a new claim for both of her feet, because those boots tear us up. And so I did a second claim for her boots, for her feet, bilateral pes planus, and there's something else I want to say. I think hammer toes, but I know it's pes planus, and that took her over 100%. That made her 100% permanent and total. That was it. And she got back pay because they rated her incorrectly the first time, which is why they did a reconsideration and they didn't take it as a new claim. So on top of that, and it, results vary, but on top of that, she got extra money because they paid her for a year back when they when she claimed it, or when they denied her initially, and when they denied her increase initially, so that we went back a year, they paid her back a year, and then she got to 100%. So they pay her the difference between the denial and what she's currently rated for. So yeah.
I'm crying on the inside because it's people like you. We sit up here, we have our differences and we argue, we fight. But you are the change. You are being the change that you want to see, and we got to give you your flowers, man. We need that hand applause sound. Somebody bring in the soundboard, and we need the whistling and the hand clapping, and we got to give you your flowers. Yeah. Make some noise for chat, y'all, because she can help that woman, change that woman's life, and and she's going to help Orlando, and he's going to get to 100%. He's going to get
Kat, you got to say something.
That's a fact, Kat.
Me and Chad gonna stay friends forever.
Because you're going to get that 100% before you get out. That's what I also do.
I'm going to be in Houston.
Yeah. Listen.
No, you're not going to Houston now. You're not.
I need a reason to come. Hey.
I checked my Cash App as Jailer 2012. Sorry about that. Jailer 2012.
Spell it. L-R-E-R.
Jailer 2012.
Oh, okay. And I was about to say, I was gonna say
Jailer 2012.
Jailer 2012. Got it.
And what's your Gmail?
Retired, RETIRED. Jailer, JAILER 2012 at gmail.com.
Okay. So, do you know the benefits that come from having 100%?
Yes, I'm the vice president for the Blinded Veteran Association
Shut up.
for the state of Florida.
Oh, okay. For Florida. I was like, I know the guys at the VA down here.
Yeah, for the state of Florida.
That's what's up.
Trying to give back.
Yeah, you know what? Stay connected with her. That way she at least has a contact when it comes to the blind. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Miss Orlando. I sent you and your family $100. So maybe that's enough for a little Chick-fil-A or something. And we appreciate you. And I'm so sorry. Thank you so much again for your sacrifice. And I do want to say that, like, wow, this process, you know, like, I just want to thank all of y'all. ML, Chad, Patty. I've learned so much from y'all being on the inside because, you know, like, you really can't read an article about the military experience in this process. Like, it just doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It's not like a manual. So I sit here and listen sometimes, and I can't even follow because Patty will use the acronyms. But I appreciate that because it makes me go and do research, you know? Because I'm like, I need to understand a little bit about what y'all deal with every day. I never will, but I just want to say thank you from a civilian. Like, I appreciate y'all. I really do. Thank y'all.
And, you know, those of you that do have contact with the politicians, you know, there's an issue like at Camp Lejeune. There was a facility that in Alabama, Fort McClellan. It's been closed down because it was contaminated. The VA knows it's contaminated. The government knows it's contaminated. But they refuse to acknowledge it as a contaminated site because they do know that once they do that, myself and other veterans that were detached or went through basic training that is going to open up the floodgate to flames because it was a toxic waste dump for all intents and purposes. They've already settled with the city of Anniston, Alabama, but they never settled with with those of us that were stationed there. And so those of you that can make phone calls and ask your politician why are they holding up the designation for Fort McClellan, it would really help those of us that's trying to get that designation so that we can get the help that we desperately need because we were stationed there just like the troops that were at Camp Lejeune.
Well, I just want to say this real quick. This is really what it looks like when we can have a conversation and people can actually talk, think, debate, you know, and come up with solutions. You know, there may not be an actual absolute solution today, but at least there's a process. And we're working and moving towards, you know, a solution. I think that's a good thing. I'm sorry, go ahead. Thank you. For just opening up your heart and wanting to bless people.
And you've given so much to this country, and just to hear the rhetoric, you know, and see where we came.
But I believe when people are able to hear real life stories, because a lot of times, like, we might be on the stage and we're yelling and we're trying to tell people, but when you have real life experience being spoken to you, you can't argue with it. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you just being open and being able to tell your story today. Hopefully, you know, you will help to open somebody else's eyes and their ears to hear the actual message that is being missed in today, right? But here it is today. I'm just sitting here and I'm learning. So I am blessed as well because I'm receiving knowledge and information that I didn't even know I needed. So again, thank you. This is what happens when people begin to tell their story and we listen with an open.
You know what's crazy about the government? Well, they'll take care of the individual soldier, right? So we'll hear these stories about homeless soldiers, this, that, and other. There's so many programs just for the soldier, but what they forget is there was a family that had to support those soldiers. And when you have individual soldiers like him that has a wife that had to deal with the shit, had to deal with him coming back from deployment, him having these fucking mental breakdowns. There are real families that deal with this. And then you have children that freaking have the resiliency of these families that actually stick this shit out. They're the ones that are left behind. We always talk about the soldier and we forget that there's a whole fucking family, whether it's the mother, the father, the child. Because there are some soldiers that actually have their parents as dependents, just on their VA paperwork. But forgetting that there's a mom that has to take care of them, there's a father, there's a kid that had to fucking lose out on the benefit of having 100% of a parent. That shit is fucking, it's mind-boggling. Y'all just don't know how bad it is for the dependents. Especially if they didn't retire. If they retired, you know what? Everything's out there for them. But when they are not able to retire, a lot of times they're not able to retire because of these disabilities. And they were the ones that are on the front line, just like retirees, they were on the front line as well, but they were able to make it to that 20-year mark. Imagine just being in the military for 5 years, maybe making it to E6, and then losing a leg, or even just fucking losing your mind and somebody has to take care of you for the rest of your fucking life. A lot of these people join at 17, 18 years old.
And it's not like they get paid a lot, Patty. Let's wake that up. It's not like they get paid a lot, because aren't pretty much from E1 to E4, I only know the Army because so many family members in the Army. A lot of them are on food stamps, so let's wake that up. I think people really think that they get paid out of.
They get paid better, but a lot of military families still have to be on food stamps or the wife has to have an outside job just for them to make it.
Okay, shout out.
Regardless of that, that pay ain't going with them because they did 2 tours overseas and their mental health is fucked up for the.
Or the fact that when they serve in these areas, where we later find out about Agent Orange, the burn pits, all these different things that affect soldiers, they come home and they have children who then end up with disabilities due to these issues that their parent went through. So there's a lot that goes to being in the military. Missing birthdays and graduations is just like it's like a small part of it. And somebody said, I think it was Monica, who said, you know, what did Trump say about veterans? And it may have been someone else, not her. But when he was, in 2016, when he was running for president, he suggested that veterans who experience PTSD, those who had committed suicide, may not be as strong as those who can handle combat trauma. So that was a big motherfucking slap in the face to veterans who 22 a day commit suicide.
Comment on what First Lady said, it really resonated with me. And you know, no matter where I'm from, if you could help one person, you did your job. And so I could already see the amount of people that are going to be helped by this gentleman, I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Orlando, now meeting Chad. He said he's the president of Blind Veterans, which is amazing. So I can only imagine how many people Chad is going to be able to help because the connection was made. So I can't get over this. Shout out.
Yeah, there are some great things too. I mean, I for sure, I've had family members that have fully retired. Oh my goodness, in the country, that's like something people do. They join at 18, they stay in 20 years, they marry somebody else, and then they get these consulting jobs making a ridiculous amount of money. But yeah, shout out to, which is why I always say thank you and your family for your sacrifice, because we forget about the people that are at home, because it truly takes a village. So Monica, April was talking about, someone said that Trump had never said anything negatively about the veterans. So we're merely recounting all of the times that he actually did say negative things about the family. What was it, that 5-star family? Is it called a 5-star family? I always get it wrong.
The 5 stars when somebody dies.
But remember when he attacked that
There's
family?
Gold Star and there's
Gold
Blue
Star. Well, he attacked the Gold Star family. Everybody remembers that, and actually that parent spoke out. So yeah, he attacked veterans quite a bit. Like, he's done it so many times, personally and generally. So I get that y'all are in love with Donald Trump, and it's like, give it to the damn stuff. But please, you really lose your dignity, and we lose all respect for you as a person when people just substantiate every single thing that man says and does. He's not Jesus. He's wrong a lot. And yes, he actually said this. So please just acknowledge what he said, because otherwise y'all just piss people off, and this is why we disregard y'all. So
Let's don't forget that young brother in Africa who was killed during duty, and he told the young mother, his wife with young children, he knew what he was signing up for. Bitch, what?
And she was in the car with his coming to get his remains when he did that.
Well, let's just get back on topic a little bit. We were talking about the government shutdown. Previous to that, we were actually talking about tariffs and how, now Trump is saying, hey, listen, I'm not even going to make a deal with you, Canada, just get out my face kind of thing. And deliberately saying that the ad that they have is absolutely fraudulent, and it's a lie, and that's not what Reagan stood for. So we had that going on, and then we were having the discussion and talking about how we got here, and I was recanting some things that happened over the summer. I don't know about y'all, but the fall then came, spring then came, and summer then went, all of the above, and here we are. People have forgotten just that quick. And I believe it's because if I say a thing, I can make a thing become a thing. And, all of these different things that continuously keep showing itself. For some reason, people can't hold on to what they know and actually come out with the output of that. They continuously find a way to, skip around and skip to the loo, my darling, to continuously protect this particular administration. But I understand that you want to be loyal, because I'm a loyal person. I really am. But I'm a loyal person to what is true. I can't be loyal to something that isn't true. And if it's just not true, then why are you upholding it? Anyway, Mr. Orlando came and joined the stage, and he was talking about how currently right now, his subsidies are due to run out. Where he's paying $1,800 is now going to be $4,000 for health insurance. Hello? Somebody ain't home. Now, this is someone who has actually served our United States. We said America first. I don't know about y'all, but that was definitely what people was touting in 2024, 2025. America first. Now, this man has served, and now he's looking at a $4,000 bill. But yet and still we want to have this argument. Oh, the Dems have shut down the government and all this back and forth. Let's get to the table. Let's negotiate. If you really cared about the people, you would stop worrying about who's winning and who's losing. What are we going to do? Having the government shut down for, 25 days now? We're into 25 days. 25 days with no end in sight. Because one is saying, open the government now. But why should I trust you? You have cried wolf for 6 months. There has been no negotiation. They've constantly had their own private conversations, excluding the Democratic Party, and deciding how things were going to go. Now you want them to open it up, can have this continuing resolution, which I was all for, and I was thinking, okay, well, if we don't get it, if they don't get their way, to just close it down again. But who wants to do that? I'm just recanting things the way I see it. I could be totally wrong, but that's how my recollection remembers.
I mean,
First Lady, even if they did the CR, if they all came back today and voted for it and said, good, we'll just give up and surrender here, open it, they would have to go through all this again November 21st.
Exactly.
So what is the point? And I would like to point out that I think it was last month that the Republicans in the Senate did something with the filibuster to pass through Trump's appointees. But now they can't do that for health care or the shutdown. I'm unclear about what they can and can't do when they feel like.
Well, that's the point. It's really about what they feel, and what they want to do. And again, I don't understand why we can't just be truthful with that. That lady is supposed to have been sworn in, the Arizona representative. Child, they telling that lady, girl, bye. You'll get in when they open the government up. It's like tit for tat, tat for tit. Come on, how old are we? These are supposed to be people that's supposed to be representing we the people. Is this your representation? Is this your idea of being represented? Or represented? Maybe, I don't know. Am I living in Twilight Zone by myself? Or does anybody share the same thoughts by any means? I mean, I'm okay with being the island. I've been the island all my life. I stand alone.
No, I agree with you. You just said it perfectly. Like you at first, my first thought is like, just negotiate later. But I'm actually proud of the Democrats because, Patty corrected me in another space when I was a little critical of them. But because, this is to me, the Democrats not playing dirty, but the Democrats fighting fire with fire. This is far too important to to concede this point. This is going to impact everyday Americans disastrously, right? It is going to be catastrophic. We're already seeing these numbers from this insurance, and I believe that the Republicans pretended as if it wasn't going to happen. I think that the Republicans have been so lawless for a while that and have received so much support that they really believe is that it can just tunnel through these things, and the Democrats are actually saying, you know what, this is going to be painful, but it's going to be a hell of a lot worse if we don't take this stand. And I completely agree. They have my full support. Hakeem Jeffries has my full support. Wasn't there another senator that was speaking to Congress for hours? They have my full support because
Cory Booker.
Oregon.
Yes. They just had, he did a 22-hour marathon the other day.
Oh, recently.
Yeah. What is this guy?
Yeah, I can't remember, but I was like, yay, it's not just Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker, First Lady, because we're already seeing people report these numbers. This is insane. $1,800 to $4,000 or $5,000. Like what? And I've seen examples where it's even worse. $300 to $3,000. Well, I'm not going to say even worse. We're not going to do that. But people can't afford this. They're laying off people, right? Somebody put in the chat that about 30% of federal workers are also veterans. Veterans are also being attacked, not to put it back on veterans, but this DEI nonsense is causing people to lose jobs, people to lose opportunities, right? The ongoing tariff situation is meaning that you and I and everyone else is paying more for practically everything right before Christmas. This is not good. I don't know if they're trying to crash the economy or they're just trying to stick it to the little guy. But shout out to the Democrats for basically standing up for the little guy, saying, yes, it's a little painful right now, but imagine if this was permanent, what we have right now during the shutdown. And I believe that's what they're trying to fight for. So yeah, I support them 1,000,000%.
The only thing that kind of pissed me off is I think they should have did this back in March. So.
Agreed. But look how they fought for that big beautiful bill. Because remember, y'all, even some Republicans didn't want to vote for it, which is why it took so damn long for it to go to the Senate. I had forgotten about the damn thing.
And then they barely passed it. He stood on all 10. Alaska.
Yeah, but that's the thing, guys.
The thing was, the reason she approved it because she got some carve-outs. She had secret meetings and said, "This is what I want for Alaska."
Yeah, but then she went back to the House and told them, "Don't vote for this."
Right.
She knew it was going to affect the nation.
Right. She had she had to vote that would pass it or fail. So she had a meeting and said, "Listen, in order for me to vote for it, I got to get this." And they gave her what she
could have saved us, though. She knew.
Yeah.
If you depend on Lisa Murkowski to save the world, you're on the wrong person.
Yeah, but she does help us out sometimes.
Patty, I'm not saying it. But in any case, I don't think she even got the carve-out she asked for. Not all of them. They weren't all.
She did.
Yeah, so she, Lisa talk a big game, but then she go in and vote with Trump like 80%, 85% of the time. So up here, we just, we re-elect her to Republicans. That's how sad it is up here. But yeah, I want people to know before we forget and pass through that there is an app called Flash Food, FLASHFOOD, one word. In some areas, there are grocery stores who will sell their food half price that's going to go bad that day or the day before, and people can go and see where that is and hopefully get some half price food at least if there's nothing at the food banks, which I expect will be happening, but you'd have to use it, next day, same day, which if you're hungry, you can be using that.
So then let's progress the conversation to that. What happens, let me look. What happens on November 10th? That will be, 10 days into not receiving food stamps.
People gonna be stealing food. Like I said, I was at my quick stop, I'll just call it that, down the road here, and this man approached me with 2 packs of T-bones for $30. He was gonna sell me.
Girl, you should have bought it.
Listen, Mickey, I don't know what he's been doing. I don't know what he's been doing with that meat in his pants. So,
Who said that they should have bought it?
Girl, that's the boosters. Boosters need jobs too. You know what? I'm gonna just say this real quick. My daddy, calling my daddy out, people in Louisiana. I don't know how their people get it, but my daddy will be like, "I need a front end on the F-150 from 2023. Girl, they gonna pop up with the front end. He's like, "I don't ask no questions." I'm like, "Man, them boosters, shoot. They know how to get some meat." My daddy be bragging on them. "Man, they got this one chick. She can go in there and come out with all kind of slabs of ribs." I'm like, "Daddy, you ain't right. You are not right." But anywho, Lisa, April, you ain't got to tell your business like that, girl. I'm just saying.
They good for that in New York.
Yes, they are. They call them the boosters.
They be having a whole bag, a trash bag of groceries. Talking about $50 for this whole bag.
And shoot, somebody gonna buy it. They started doing it with the people selling Tide. Remember them damn Tide Pods, and you see them on the side of the road? I've gotten a couple of those packs before. I'm like, how you get all this Dove wash for men for $5, child? Isn't that sad?
So what's gonna happen on November 10th when people don't have any food? Let's say stealing. So then what's gonna happen next?
Probably probably what was intended to happen. They're going to have more police force and send ICE into the grocery store.
It's part of
And
the
our
plan.
food prices going up.
We got to remember what the plan is. Part of the plan is to cause enough upheaval in your major cities so that martial law can be put into place. And if martial law is put in place, that means all normal course of government would be put to the side. That's the overall plan, and the plan is in effect. I'm doing just enough to cause enough upheaval so that I can push the pendulum to the point of major upheaval in most of the major cities so that I can call for martial law.
Now, most people won't disagree with that. So, where are people that disagree? Uh-oh.
Or
I think we got one coming. Now, before we get started, Mr. Mountain, can you please try to have some decorum with the conversation without, any foul words and attacks? Okay. All right. Okay. Now, come November 10th, that is the question. When people don't have, these food stamps, we got people laid off, the food banks are all dried up, because food banks, people are already out there, just based off of missing, a couple of days out of their paycheck. Now we're coming to the place where there's going to be 2 weeks of not receiving a paycheck, plus not possibly getting food stamps. What's going to happen on November 10th?
I think people are going to come to the realization that they probably put their stock too much in the government, and they probably should have had a plan before then. See, this is not something that was just sprung upon someone just, all out of the blue. This is in the big, beautiful bill. You guys had a lot of time to prepare for this. Now, am I going to feel sympathy for you when I work 54 hours a week? No. I work 2 jobs. I'm a single man. My dog just died. I have nobody to take care of me, and I'm sure as fuck not going to have the government take care of me. I'm sorry that happened, but, that's the thing is that that's the thing about this, okay? I hate to say it, but the black community,
No, we don't have to put color on it. You just can say, you don't have to do that. Because, see, then that shows a different side to you. Just stick to the, because it's not just black people who are being impacted by this, sir. So let's just say,
No, I wasn't saying it was just the black community that if you.
Okay, so then let's not use color. Let's just stick to.
Anybody, so I could have worded it differently. You're right. So anybody
economically challenged.
Yeah, anybody who relied too much on the government. The government was never intended to take care of you, to be your mother, to be your father, to be your. That was not the intention of the government. So that's where we are today. People are shocked because all this shit was given to them, and when the rug gets pulled out from underneath them, see, I hate to say it, but my family is all Indian. Browning, Montana is where we were all born. Blackfoot Indian. I am a white guy, but trust me, I am. I'm 1/16th. But my mom's more. We could get health care if we wanted to. We don't. But here's the thing: is that the Indian community is so fucked because they overwhelmingly vote Democrat. Just out of necessity because they think that they're going to give them benefits or something. And they don't. And then they just get surprised when the rug gets pulled out from underneath them. This is the same situation for anyone who relied too much on the government.
Okay, so I asked what you think is going to happen on the 10th. And some kind of way we have went down this rabbit hole.
I'm telling you.
I was quiet while you spoke the whole time. I didn't say a word. Other than, to say let's not use certain things.
I got interrupted while I was trying to finish, so.
No, you didn't get interrupted. We let you finish. No, that's not the truth. That's not the truth. I let you finish, sir. You was gone. You closed the mic up. What's going on? Now I'm speaking and now you want to join me. That's not you speaking and me interrupting you. That's you interrupting me. Let's be truthful. So, you brought up the Indian situation, okay? But I'm talking about November 10th. That's a Monday, and I just went, a week and a half into the November time frame when the people are supposed to be losing it. Now, your pushback is, hey, listen, you should have prepared for this. Now, my question to you is, prepare how? When you may not
20 hours a week at least, because that's the requirement, is 20 hours minimum. It's not that much.
No.
Young lady, can I make a statement?
No, because we've already talked about, and we broke it down what it looks like for a 40-hour, they're gonna lose their subsidies, right, when it comes to childcare.
Well, wait a minute, before we even get there, November 1st is being cut because the government is not in session. So that has nothing to do with the limitations or what is being planned in the big beautiful bill. But you can go ahead and have the argument with him, Patty. I just want to make sure that we understand November 1st is not that.
But Patty, for some people on November 10th, some people such as myself that was working 60 to 80 hours a week, that for whatever reason found themselves unemployable, that have to depend on SSI, their check will be cut off. So I don't understand what, so some people never woke up, they didn't wake up one morning and say, I want to be dependent upon the government to take care of me, because believe me, what I paid in Social Security would be more than what some people make on their job every week. And so it was never my plan for the government to take care of me. Unfortunately, life happened and something took place where I could no longer work. And I had to depend on the government, SSI, that I paid into. Thank God that I was paying into Social Security, because Social Security had to pay me back for the years that I paid into it, because unfortunately I found out that I could no longer work. So this gentleman is unfortunately, he has never had life happen to him where that he may have to end up not being able to work. And that's what's going to happen to a lot of people on November 10th.
Orlando, you do know that I'm not stupid, man. Like, you do know that it makes clear that if people are not able to physically work, that they're not going to get their SNAP taken from them all the way. And by the way, why are we talking about Social Security? We were talking about SNAP benefits, food benefits. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But don't sit here and act like...
Because that's still a social safety net, and that's being affected as well. That's still being affected. The thing is, you're talking about food.
Sucks. I give it, you
But
get
check
mad
this
when
out. No. So this is the thing, right? I let lady interrupt so she can fucking focus on what we were talking about. Then I let him go. So you're not gonna tell me I'm talking, because now I'm talking. So check this out. Number one, when we talk about this 40-hour week requirement, we have broke down the numbers. If it was a single mom just with one kid, what's going on here? Are you deaf? Do you need to apply? Do you need to apply on? Do you need to apply for some? Do you need
to be like praying
because I'm talking right now.
You're lying.
No, be quiet. One
No,
second.
it's 40 hours with the big beautiful bill. So with the big beautiful bill, the breakdown is you can't make more than $9.83 an hour to maintain some type of subsidy where you're able to at least have some type of child care. And that's for a single mom. What the fuck does $9.83 an hour look like? What the fuck does it look like when it's trying to maintain fucking your home, being able to eat, motherfucking take care of your child? And then you say the government isn't set up for that. Maybe you need to read the Constitution when it comes to, not saying that it's supposed to be, that you don't have an individual responsibility. But do you think that we're fucking paying taxes for good looks and intuition just to prop up the government?
So,
you get benefits just like they get benefits. No, I'm not, because I'm not done talking. Yeah, I'm not done talking, Mountain. We're not saying that people don't have individual responsibilities. But one thing that the U.S. government is responsible for is fucking insurance, some type of safety, providing some type of opportunity. You think we pay them for good looks and intuition? You think we
Do you have
pay
to
them for
repeat yourself? Why the fuck?
No, I have to. Keep talking
All right, that's 3 red flags. You gotta move to the audience.
Who the fuck talking like that to Patty? What the fuck going on?
You know who it is. 3 red
I'm
flags.
driving. I really don't.
Oh,
And we say that I've said this almost every day for the last week. If you look at the Nordic model, right, their safety nets are way fucking crazy when it comes to the United States. But their safety nets include mental health, fucking access to health care, and guess what? Motherfuckers don't stay on programs. It includes fucking training opportunities, and then people say, oh, they got training opportunities. No, it's state by state. So, like, when it comes to the Nordic models, their fucking, their crime rates are lower than ours. Their dependency on social safety nets is lower. And yeah, they pay hella taxes, but their fucking happiness scale is fucking way higher than ours. Because they have they put shit in place to make sure people are doing well. You know what? It's real crazy. They even have nurse case managers. Yeah, the nurse case managers visit individual households because they know of their past anxieties, issues, or how they may have grown up, or even fucking drug dependency. And one thing that we have in this country when it comes to a lot of these poor communities, whether you have to live in a trailer park, you live in a fucking projects, or you just live in fucking Appalachia, it's fucking drugs, it's violence, and there's nothing in place where you have solid mental health facilities.
Do you know that even on the other end, this happened to me 4 years ago when my mother got sick. And she stayed with me for 3 years. And when she got to the point where she could no longer stay with me, I looked to get some further assistance. May I thinking about a nursing home or a convalescent home. And this is basically what I was told. That as long as she owned property and as long as she had money in the bank, I would have to pay for it or out of her money. Medicaid and Medicare would not pay for it until she had no money left. So basically, the system is set up that even for senior citizens, when you get older, the only way you get complete assistance in your older age is that you have got to not have anything in order for Medicaid and Medicare to take care of you in your nursing home or convalescence place. If you have a home, property, or money in the bank, you have to pay for it. So I don't know where these people live at or where their understanding is.
No, that is correct. It's called asset protection, which is also why I'm always talking about estate planning and trusts and things like that. There's also something called the Ladybird deed, which is where you basically, mom or dad gets to live in the house, and then they assign the interest to a sibling to a child or someone else, because we just went through that with my grandmother actually in Louisiana. When she was placed, which is why we decided to bring her to Texas, because y'all, this is how bad it is. They ask you about, MJ, this is just about, everything is income based, which we don't understand in this country, right? It's income based for the billionaires. It's income based for people with high incomes that itemize their taxes. But we just tend to focus on people that are lower income because we never focus on corporations and billionaires. So he is absolutely right. And it's really sad, y'all. We've seen individuals that have had to, they have had to divorce their spouses. Has anybody ever heard of that? It's a painful thing for people to do because let's just say that the husband or the wife gets dementia, and in order for them to go into a state facility, they will have to divorce the spouse, and the spouse retain all of the assets. They were asking us about the value of my grandmother's vehicles, the value of the home. And luckily we were able to do home care and pay for that ourselves. But had we not been able to do that out of pocket, they will, within a few weeks of your loved one dying, they will force you to sell that property. You have to give that money back, or number one, you won't even qualify for the assets. And it's so diabolical that even if you do planning today to sometimes elders will put homes in an irrevocable trust for protection, so it's basically not in their name. There's a 5-year look back for the state and the Fed. So they'll basically say, oh, well, now you're in a nursing home or a facility, and you did this 4.5 years ago, and this home was worth $300,000. It doesn't matter if you had it for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. The state will force you to sell it to take care of that. And it's something that we really don't talk about a lot, but it's very diabolical. But again, it's super easy for a billionaire, super easy for Elon Musk to get federal subsidies despite being the wealthiest man in the world. Super easy for the government to subsidize. Shout out to promote EV by giving tax subsidies to multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar, trillion-dollar corporations. But God forbid that it be a senior citizen who has a paid off home and needs some help from their government at the end of their life, and they make you sell everything. It's not an argument, Anthony. It's the facts. It's literally the facts. This is how it works, right? It's not an argument. And that's also the problem. Ignorance. Everybody thinks that with ChatGPT that you're informed. This is not my opinion. This is literally what happens. This is how it works. So that's all I wanted to say. So thank you for bringing that up, whoever did, because that's a very good point. Your assets could literally be taken away from you right now, and you not even know it, just because you happen to need the assistance of your government because you fall on hard times, or you become disabled, or you have a life event that you can't control, like being in an accident or having an aneurysm or whatever. So people don't even know this, right? And I think that's just terrible. But that's the reality. Was that a mic drop? We're being so serious, but I do want to say that New Edition, including Bobby Brown and Toni Braxton, and I've never heard her sing live, and Boyz II Men is going on a major tour. Tickets go on sale October 31st. So Gen X and Millennials, this is for us. Shout out to that. And also tonight is the Versus chat. Maybe somebody should stream it live on Chatter between the New Orleans OGs. And shout out to y'all that's in Vegas. Yes. Cash Money.
Vegas right now.
Cash Money versus No Limit. Yes. So somebody make sure y'all stream it on Chatter. It's going down.
Y'all want to do a Chatter party?
Yes, because we're going to be all backing it up.
More days. Okay, well, yeah, so what did these people sing? I mean, what did they rap?
Oh, so tonight, First Lady, yeah, Gemini's right. Everybody's in Vegas. It's No Limit. So basically,
No Limit Soldiers?
No Limit Soldiers. So it's Master P
And Cash Money
versus Cash Money. It's gonna be New Orleans. It's gonna be a bunch of baby.
Cash Money gonna shit all over me.
Baby.
Vacation.
That's a lie.
What's going on tonight?
That's a lie.
Yeah, Cash Money.
That's a lie. I love you, but that's a lie.
I ain't bringing Wayne out.
Wait a minute.
I've been close.
Wait a minute, Cash Money. Okay, so give me somebody, give me Cash Money.
I didn't bring Lil Wayne out.
Wayne is Cash Money.
Girl, you look good. Once you back that ass up. Once you back that ass up. Call me Big Daddy when you back that ass up.
Okay, it's only from like 90 or what is it, 92? It's like a time frame though. So they can't, now back that ass up is included.
but it's only like up until like the 90s, I think. So like 97.
So not Nicki or Drake or any of those.
Yeah, not YMCMB, CMB.
Yeah.
Just regular Cash Money.
Just regular Cash Money, not YMCMB.
Cat, you gonna stream it? Oh, I'm sorry, Gemini. Go.
Right?
Heck yeah. Dante gonna be there.
Whack ass stuttering ass, right?
Listen, get your life together.
Let me finish. They got Master P, whack ass.
I'm screaming.
Because his rapist ass is locked up.
That's a fact. Yeah, Mystical locked up.
He's locked up for raping again. He is a serial rapist.
Oh wow.
This is
that's his third rape charge. Yes, that's his third.
Damn.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So outside of that, who the hell we gonna be?
Wait, you didn't say Snoop. What are we doing?
Snoop is the only saving grace, and he ain't really. I mean, he just ran over there for a little bit. Okay, we
Yeah, he got like 4 songs on dog food, at least, that he could do.
Not dog food.
Wait a minute. Snoop was part of who? Snoop was part of
who? For like 1 year.
You remember that? Yeah, remember that song, First Lady?
Y'all all talking. I don't know. No, I don't know. Say it.
Ran away. He was scared of
Sugar Nighter.
Sugar was on his fucking head, so he ran to New Orleans, yeah.
But remember that song, After Mother Ninjas, cause I'm down with my ninjas.
Down for my niggas.
After Mother Ninjas, cause I'm down for my ninjas. Yeah, what? That Snoop is on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but 2 of them niggas locked up from that song. And Mystical.
Yeah,
the only people really in jail?
Behind jail. He ain't in prison behind.
Gemini, stop telling stories.
No, it's a fact.
I'm not.
He wasn't raping nobody though. See, murder is see murder. And Monica baby daddy don't pick up her husband.
Monica got a new she boot up for living now.
But she still was visiting him though. You know that?
Yeah.
She's the one motherfucker that still visits him. She visits him more than his own brother.
She still visits him to this day, even though she got a man.
Right.
Yeah, she does.
So you know he done fucking milked that.
But that's I don't know if she visit him no more because the last interview I saw when she talked about that situation, she said they cut ties after she got done dealing with her last baby daddy. Cause she was still visiting him with the last baby daddy, but this new man she got now, I don't think she going over there no more. I'm not
I know you might be right, but I know during Love and Hip Hop when they were talking, you know how C Murder does his little conversations every now and then, and they'll pop up that he get mad or freaking. When they went home, they were talking about Monica being the one to come visit him, and it wasn't like a visit once a year. She was coming down.
Oh yeah, honey, that was her man.
I have fam in New Orleans, and they're like, you used to see Monica all the time, like when she was dating him, that she was a staple. Y'all know Monica Hood. She was hella comfortable in New Orleans. Yeah, they said she when they were dating that she would be down there all the time. But I know she was every birthday or something, she shouts him out, he shouts her out. Like, I think they just have that forever relationship. But yeah, and you know, Master P is like, he's like, I told him not to do such and such, because I was a 16-year-old kid. I'm just disappointed that happened. But he calls out his family members. But you know, Master P is like, look, I'm not doing no foolishness. I'm not. So yeah, it's family issues. But yeah, chat, y'all, that definitely needs to be streamed so we can all be, you know. Let me get my knees ready, because that's still gonna be lit though. I wish I could see it in person.
That's money. I'll take your money. We can put up whatever number you want to do. I'm down. Let me know.
We can get back telling me what. Do not be betting my cousin. What's going on?
Oh, I'm not gonna bet. I'm a Louisiana baby. I can't believe that they're even agreeing to do this. Yeah, but I'm a Louisiana baby. I'm not gonna pit one of them against. They should have did like, you know what would have been good if they would have did like Swiss in Houston, or the old boy. What is old boy name, Chad? Jay Prince. That would have been a good one if they would have did like Jay Prince, like Texas versus New Orleans. I mean,
They
Texas
really
versus
should be
Louisiana.
Texas versus Louisiana.
Texas
But-
versus Louisiana would.
But I know that they are not judging nobody stuttering or nothing like that. They are judging the body of work, Gemini.
Stuttering is
So,
crazy.
Super soccer stuttering. Don't matter what the chart say.
You're trying to get a
Yeah, that's fine, but what the chart say?
a pass, a rap like this.
What the chart say?
Silk is one of the worst rappers of all time. Just to be clear.
I love Silk the Shocker. It doesn't matter what the chart say.
Right, what the chart say, but you know what?
The chart say.
Because the songs he did well, he had other people on with him.
But you know what? That's true.
Everybody uses
I have an
features.
older sister.
Wayne didn't even release an album for years, and all he did was features. So what are you doing?
What are y'all talking about?
So most of half of his body of work is features on somebody else's stuff.
I mean, Boosie's most famous bit is literally a song by Webby. So what are we talking about? That's not even Boosie's song. Exactly.
Wipe me down. Don't play with me.
Exactly. That's Webby's song. That's not even Boosie's song. But that's not even Boosie's song. But that's what he's the most famous for. So yeah, the features are fine. I don't mind the features actually. That's why I said, man, they should have done. Oh, excuse me. Texas versus I couldn't catch my breath for 2 seconds. Texas versus Louisiana.
I don't mind features, but it's gonna be hard for him to come up against Juvenile. I mean, Juvenile can hold his own, and he got his shit beat. So, like, I don't know. Like, I'm putting my money on Cash Money. I ain't gonna.
Oh, it's gonna be Cash
Well,
Money.
I remember that guy. What was his name again?
Juvenile.
Juvenile.
Oh, Juvenile.
You a paper chaser? You done done it?
Yes.
The block is hot. The block is hot. The block is hot.
One that don't give a fuck and say she take that.
Timmy.
Y'all know about that.
I know about that one.
Louisiana.
The only thing that's gonna help No Limit is if they have like rock the boat, rock the boat, rock the boat.
Yes.
Right?
know that
Come on, baby, do it. Oh,
But you know, she know all that shit.
I'm a Louisiana baby. Yes, I'm a Louisiana baby.
I don't give a damn where you from. I don't know that shit.
They're going to do well. They just don't have enough songs of the people that are there to keep up with Cash Money.
No.
That's a fact.
Songs like How You Do That there, that's a classic. Now, ain't nothing touching that.
That's what I
That's one of
said.
my favorite songs.
That's one of my favorites too.
Mine is making crap like this.
Nigga, what? Give a fuck, nigga, what? Full
Nigga,
that.
what? Nigga, huh?
And then Juvenile even got newer hits, like he had Rodeo.
Yeah.
Let me see you bounce that. Twerk that.
Green Man.
Oh, somebody said if he plays slow motion with it.
Yeah, oh, that's my shit. That's my shit, Mickey.
Yeah, this is really not fair. This is
It's
not
really
because
not
they have a
fair.
bigger,
They don't look
they have
fair.
more names. Yeah,
It ain't fair.
like even you know what my
Just said
favorite
up to
song
99.
is?
Wait a minute.
They like the Wu-Tang Clan for the down south, right? Just a whole
Yeah, they
bunch of
are.
niggas rapping.
They are though. Y'all know what my favorite song is?
Like,
Lil Nigga 17, Skate on 6 Figures, man, Bling Bling is my shit. That is my favorite
Army,
song.
nigga, Navy.
Yes, that is my shit.
That was a
that shit
anthem.
hard as fuck. I ain't gonna hold you. But I always admired P for being one of the most non-talented hustlers that was able to get out there and just make it happen with just no lyrical skill, just nothing but raw, just I'ma sell crack
When
and
he
make it
like
happen.
the guy
hustle.
over NWA.
Like so
Like
I
all
always
He got that maybe make it crack like this.
and then I always admired him for putting his shitty ass brother on because Silk is nobody in the world would have signed that nigga.
I like Silk the Shocker.
Rapping, stuttering ass.
No, Silk the
Garbage.
that song with Let's Ride with who is that? With the dope people. Who did Let's Ride? Montel Jordan. Silk the Shocker killed on that one. You tripping? Didn't he do something? Yeah.
He had a good beat and had Montel
Every
Jordan.
time I heard his voice on a good song, he'll fuck it up.
And didn't he also do something with
Fucking it up.
Didn't he also do something with Maya? Wasn't Silk the Shocker on a
that's the
Maya
only
song?
song I
Yeah,
know.
he was.
Is the
Yeah.
song with Maya.
He does good on stuff like that. Yeah, he sounds
My
good.
sister loves the Shocker.
No.
Girl, he cute as hell though. That's okay.
That's why
He
she
ain't got a
likes
rap.
That's what it
That's
really
why
was.
she
Y'all
got
liked
higher.
him.
So yeah, it's the late
Yeah,
90s and early
I
2000s.
don't see that side of him the way y'all do. It's
Please,
hard.
y'all got Ice Spice because she got a big booty and she can't rap worth the damn. So let us have Silk the Shocker. Let us have Silk the Shocker.
So
Okay.
Birdman can rap.
Dumb down.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that's a good response. That's a good response.
Shit, Birdman can rap basically.
He'll keep it like
But he gets Uno card because he's married to Tony Braxton.
And he had the dope boy money that wouldn't have been able to have these niggas come out.
That's a fact.
Did y'all
That is literally what Master P did.
I was just about to say that.
That's literally what he did.
The dope boy money.
That's literally what he did.
But it wasn't dope boy. It was money that he inherited because his grandparents.
That's what he's supposed to say.
Allegedly.
Basically.
Now I know access.
Y'all know the one with the money, and I wonder if we're gonna see him. It's Slim Ass. Slim is the motherfucker
That's
with
the
the damn
fact.
money.
I don't think you're gonna see him though.
Money. We never see his ass. We never see his
Who's Slim?
Slim is the other guy, Cash Money, but like you literally never see him, and he's just New Orleans, straight. You just never see him. He's smart as shit. He don't be on social media, none of that stuff.
So y'all gonna be on this versus son?
Hell yeah! This is one for the shit. This is one for. I would be up in Vegas with him if Trump.
Don't forget, No Limit also signed Snoop Dogg. Let's not forget for those traders. They also signed Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg has maybe like I think 3 albums under No Limit.
I think 2, but we started with that.
Oh, okay, I stepped away.
No, it's all good. They're just gonna run out of hits is the problem.
Oh, yeah, chat. Set it up on Chatters.
Yeah, No Limit. They're definitely gonna run out of hits compared to Cash Money. Yeah.
Run out of hits.
Cause you gotta think about it. Like No Limit has. I mean, not No Limit, but Cash Money has also Manny Fresh. And Manny Fresh had his own shit too. Remember Goldie?
Fresh ain't no rapper, sis.
He's the
Got everything in my mama's name.
Everybody.
That's alright, 'cause I'm still fine.
That show your age.
And you still got all the Hot Boy songs. Like they have so much.
Yeah, y'all gonna run out of hits, baby.
You gotta make them say, all the different versions of that. Don't forget.
They can only play one version of the version.
Who bad about it?
You can't enable.
Chet, how you get
They ain't doing
downstairs?
Cain and Abel.
I went close to Louisiana. You know what I mean?
Yeah, No Limit is gonna have Mystical. They're still gonna be able to play Mystical songs though.
Pop it. Ooh, take it. Let me see you wow. Yeah.
Mystical has some hits. He did.
Yeah, Wallow's gonna
But
be in
the
there.
only thing I know with Mystical is Still Smoking Bud and Shaking.
That's my song though. That remind me of Kappa Peace Party.
No, remember Patty Danger. Get off the floor. That's the man right here. Yeah, Mystical is shit.
If it wasn't for like certain East Coast people being in the songs, I don't think I really would have known. And then I had an older sister too, so. And I know that Maya song, but I wasn't really into that. My dad wasn't into it.
Yes, we know New York started hip hop. Okay.
No,
let's get it out. Let's get it out now.
Whatever music was played in my house, it wasn't no Master P. I had to discover Master P.
Run DMC, not Master P.
Right. I grew up on Run DMC, Curtis Blow.
Here we go.
I grew up on those rappers. Freaking.
New York is better at everything.
Yeah.
Apparently they are still relevant. Yeah. New York is still relevant in hip hop. Yeah.
New York is relevant.
my father age, they was in those basement parties when motherfuckers was doing all that extra shit on the other coast. So like New York is New York. Y'all talk that shit, but that's still the mecca of hip hop. Without New York City, without
That's where it started. That's where it started, but it left. It was.
LA.
Like that's why it's on hip hop. That's why I know you don't know shit about hip hop. Because regardless of the fact, it's just like going back to fucking Detroit. If it wasn't for certain music, no, that's Mickey put on. So when you talk shit about New York City when it comes to hip hop, I don't talk shit about Detroit, Michigan, because you know what? I know that's what opened the gates for a lot of black people to sing. So when you sit around and talk shit about New York, when you know there wouldn't be no motherfucking when there would have never been a fucking NWA without a fucking New York City.
Why y'all get Patty started? God damn.
That was Chet. Chet did this shit. It's Chet's fault.
Wait. But
I am tired of you clowns that don't even know the shit.
Let me respond. Wait, not somebody named Miss Hip Hop joined. Oh shit, get your ass up here, Miss Hip Hop. Oh god damn. Come on, man.
We the one that made hip hop ornaments and fucking.
Oh, where is
Hip hop.
I can't remember. 82. Yes, let's go back.
You motherfuckers talk
to 82.
But y'all ain't even.
This is Chet's fault.
I promise you, in fucking China, it was fucking the Bronx, New York, that brought ornaments of fucking hip hop and made you motherfucking Christmas tree decorations.
Oh my god.
So when you play this shit, when you come to New York City, there would never. There would have never been a fucking. There would have never been a motherfucking mask without that.
this is crazy.
It's just like Muhammad, right? When we talk about Islam, they're Shiite Sunnis, but everybody brings their ass back to Muhammad. You know why? Because Muhammad started the movement.
Y'all got Patty started. Okay, let's do something fun.
Let me rewind the tape. Let me rewind this. Okay, so we was talking about something that had to do with politics and government. And then Miss Reform decided, y'all know what? Bobby Brown and all these people, they coming on tour.
That's my uncle's concert.
Oh, it is?
So, Nikki, if you want tickets here, so let me know. I got you.
She still keep
Huge promoter. Y'all want, get with Chat. Y'all want y'all tickets. Y'all want to bang out.
Y'all better link up with Chad.
Y'all need to let First Lady finish what she was saying, though. First Lady, go ahead and give us the rewind.
Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, First Lady.
You know, these people, they crazy. You know, this is what I've just come to realize. Anyway, so then Mickey took us Reform took us to say, hey, listen, there's going to be verses tonight. And then we just was talking and we having a good time. We saying who will win and they going through all this. And I'm loving it. You know, I know some of the songs, but I don't know all the stuff like y'all did. It's great. And then here go Miss Chat. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Let's just get it out the way. No! Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Tell us about how New York, and then you get Patty started. Why would you do that on a Friday? I'm sorry, you have been accused.
It is a Saturday, ma'am.
It is a fact. What should I call it?
It is Saturday.
And Chad noticed one thing about the and I said this the last 2 weeks, maybe 2 or 3 times.
This
The United States government has a contingency plan for New York City.
Oh, here we go with the contingency. We don't care.
Whoa, not too much now. Whoa.
I'm in defense.
We do not give a flying fuck about New York.
I'm because they know the U.S. will fail without that.
We don't give a fuck about a New York contingency.
No, you don't have to. But this is the thing. Let me tell you why. This is why it's a slow conversation, right? right? Because that is your level of understanding when it comes to the global market. The reason why the Department of Defense has a contingency plan for New York City.
I know, I just don't give a fuck. I don't want to hear about
You don't give a fuck. But guess what? It affects your fucking. It affects your legal fucking weed dope boy selling, and it affects you selling your motherfucking dogs. So you wouldn't be able to sell a motherfucking blood. You wouldn't be able to sell a fucking blood legally without New York City. Because
we will figure it out in New York.
Where you fail to realize there is a global dependency on the fucking financial district, the garment district, and you guys, your soft power is the entertainment industry. When we write down fucking soft power, it's global finance.
Global finance. Global finance, but it's still
and then guess what's in third place? Motherfucking entertainment. So when you talk shit about New York, motherfucker, get your shit together. Because obviously, not only the United States government, NATO, other countries, they see that we needed a contingency plan if something was to happen to that city. And guess what's so fucked up about this whole situation? Texas is one of the states that we actually put as, when we looking at fucking landmass and fucking a possible movement if something was to happen. When you're talking about one of the states. So let that sink in, motherfucker.
So we're number one in GDP. Let's just start with that.
Let's just start there.
That has nothing to do with dependency. That has nothing to do with global dependency. That has nothing to do with global dependency. That's what you guys are so.
They just messing with you, Peg.
You really just messing with you for
New York, you go outside of New York, if they even think you have a hint of an accent, they always got something to do about New York City. I don't fucking realize that New York City is part of your motherfucking government.
Can I ask you a legitimate question?
Moving on from New York.
I'm done trolling. I just want to ask a legitimate question. I know that y'all are the leader of global finance and everything else. So why can't y'all deal with all the fucking rats y'all got all over the damn place?
You know what? Go on mute.
They're not rats, bro. They're dogs.
Hello?
I thought they were cats.
Hello. Stay focused. Stay focused. Stay focused.
Okay,
Stay focused.
okay, lady.
I love you, Patty. I'm just fucking with you.
All right. So what time does the versus start tonight? Anybody?
I think it's at 8 o'clock. What, 8 o'clock Eastern?
Okay.
I think.
Oh, so in Vegas, that would be 5. In Vegas, so they starting stuff off at Vegas at 5.
I mean, sometimes they have to, depending on.
Hey, if you think a rap event gonna start on time, First Lady.
Right. I'm about to say that part, because you gotta remember, all them niggas gotta show up. So if they ain't all there, then they gonna.
That shit gonna start about 9:30, 10 o'clock Central. So probably about 10 Eastern.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you for the real. Thank you for the real. Thank you for the real.
That part, go get the snack, put the kids to bed. You got time.
This is going to be a huge night in Vegas because they also have that big HBCU game tonight too. It's I think it's Jackson State versus Grambling, but they're playing at the Raiders Stadium in Las Vegas.
All the strippers from LA went out there. They all go out there for events like this.
I was like,
Gemini question.
Gemini was trying to schedule, like, wait, where you?
Can I ask Brother Gemini a question? Gemini. I'm not talking about the looks, because I'm gonna assume they have high quality looks. What is the quality of they dancing from LA dancers? Are they good at it?
Honestly, I don't know much about they dancing, bro. I ain't gonna even hold you. I don't.
Do they be crib walking?
Crib walking is crazy.
Do they crib walking? Ain't
Stilettos.
nobody wanna get money. Got to get money.
I went to a club.
Strippers in New York wear Tim's, so
Hey, no, that's what I was about to say. Chad, they didn't have Tim's, sister. Chad, they didn't have Tim's. But they were
as hell that Your Honor said I know about their preferred strains, and I do, because they don't like Vegas weed. Vegas has the worst weed out of all the legal states. Why? I do not fucking know. But everybody complains. Like, they got dispensaries up and down the fucking strip, and all of them suck. Like, a lot of them suck. There's people that take a lot of risks to take it across state lines just to get money over in Vegas, because you're not supposed to take it from state to state. The second you cross the state line, it's a federal fucking event. But some people still do it just because Vegas is so open with their shitty ass weed. It's weird.
I was just wondering, Brother Gemini, I'm always curious about the strip club cultures of other cities, and yeah, it's important to have good looking strippers. I don't know if you've ever seen strippers that they call bullet wound strippers. I'm sure you don't want to see that.
I will say this, the only Vegas dancers would be Atlanta and Miami. That's it.
What you mean in terms of looks?
What are you talking about?
I don't know about talking about
Let's leave us.
Let me crack the number.
We can't say that.
They tend to get mad at Texas conversations. So I was just asking for research purposes.
Well, thank you for your research.
For research.
The research is over. Research is over.
Support the single mothers. Support the single mothers.
The research is over.
Give it to charity.
Thank you.
Well, you're trying to support the single mothers here. That is all.
And that's fine. Thank you for your support. I'm sure they will definitely appreciate it.
Ladies, I was right. It does start at 5 o'clock Pacific. It does start at 5 there in Vegas.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go with what Rob said.
Oh, yeah, they ain't gonna start on time. I'm just telling you that's what it says officially. But yeah, I believe Rob, they ain't gonna start on time.
Where are we watching it at?
Okay. All right.
Y'all the trigger first lady. Y'all done fucked it up, man.
All right. So from what I heard was Chat said that they doing something over there on Chatter. I'm not sure, but that's what I heard. Chat, can you confirm or deny?
Let me double check. I can do it if no one else is doing it, but let me check and see if somebody's room, because most likely Nelson may or someone else. But let me just double check.
Okay, all right. So,
what we doing?
Oh, the verses for tonight. So anyway, I just wanted to get back to something real quick. This is real quick. You all go back to whatever. But I was watching today, and which brings me to the fact about the 107 Days book. I know y'all bored with it, but I don't like to start things and don't finish them. I think y'all have a habit of doing things like that in life, and it shows. Anyway, I was just going to say that Kamala did an interview, and it's supposed to be coming out tomorrow. I spoke with a reporter by the name, or journalist by the name of Elizabeth. I forgot her last name, started with an L. Anyway, apparently Miss Kamala hinted the fact that she might run again. Ciao.
What? Why?
Ciao.
Releasing that.
This is a nonsense.
Yeah, I saw that. She said she hinted like, she's thinking about doing it.
But so check this out, y'all. We have an hour left on an hour and a half left on that book. We're gonna play it tomorrow. Today I ain't been feeling the best.
Okay.
So we're gonna play it tomorrow, and just to give y'all pre-warning, we are going to stream it on Chatter.
We're gonna do both.
And then I want y'all to join our politically correct Telegram and make recommendations on books, because we want to do this every Saturday and Sunday, at least for a 2-hour at a minimum. 2-hour time where we can actually talk about the book. And how we do it, it's not just playing the book. We do 10-minute increments, or we'll do a chapter. And once we're done with that chapter, I'm telling you, it's so much better to freaking talk to other people so that we can get their reality, their perception of what they got from that chapter. And it's also so we can educate each other, because a lot of people don't want to sit around and read a book. A lot of people don't even take the time to even listen to the Audible if they don't want to read it. But we're not doing no damn fantasy books. It's gonna be books like from Bolton or one recommendation that was given to me by someone was
don't say her name.
Virginia, I'm not gonna say the name of the person, but it was for Virginia G. Guthrie, whatever. The one that passed, she wrote a book That was one of the recommendations. So if you join the Telegram, what we'll do is after tomorrow when we play that hour and a half that's left of the book and we have the conversation, what we'll do is we'll put a poll and we'll let y'all decide on what y'all want to do as audibles. Because I get like 3 credits a month. So I can at least use the credits to use towards one of the books for the room.
Yeah, real quick, I put in a telegram. We don't have to talk about it now, but there was a young man. I don't know what state it's in, but he blew his horn at a woman because the light turned green. He blew his horn again. She wouldn't move. He went around her. She commenced to following them. They pulled into a parking lot, and she pew-pewed at the car. And the bullet went through the back drive side door into his back and out his chest, and he died.
Oh my word!
She's being charged with murder. So it's something. If anybody heard about it, again, it's in the Telegram for those. And thanks, Patty, for putting that link. I joined. A great place for us to share news stories and things that's going on across the nation, because we don't always hear about these stories. Something to talk about. And to what you mentioned about Kamala running again, she has every right. And so this is the time because it's going to have to be some type of nomination, right? That was everyone's beef. We didn't nominate her. We didn't have a chance. And we know that anyone could have challenged her if they wanted to. And we know, the money that was given to Biden could only go to her and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, let her go ahead and do it. And we can put this to rest. And the people can speak, and the delegates can choose whoever they decide to choose as the nominee. Now, will they choose her? I don't know. That right there could become a dangerous situation where it's like, oh, they actually chose her, and then everyone is not going to be on code, and we lose again. So I'm up for talking about it, but we don't have to. But
wait a minute, up to talking about which part? Because you said 2 things.
The part about her actually running, or about the woman that killed this young man who just graduated high school.
So sorry for that young man, but Kamala, no ma'am, we're going to see what happened with Hillary Clinton. People are just not going to show up to vote.
Exactly.
Yes, right. So Kamala, please, no ma'am.
I don't know why she thought that would even be a starter. Like, I'm sorry.
Because she wrote in her book, so apparently, how the reporter sets it up, she said, well, you wrote in your book, you're not done yet. She's like, and I'm not. She says, so is it possible that when you talk about your nieces seeing a woman in the White House, could you be talking about yourself? Possibly. So it's like, she's still being ambiguous about it. I'm not sure if there's more in the interview, which is going to be airing on tomorrow, but I'm with everybody. I think she need to have a seat. Several.
Your nieces already saw a woman in the White House. Shit. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hey, Madison.
Hey, y'all. Yeah,
Hey, Madison.
Hey, I don't think Madison either. Hey, happy Saturday. I don't think this country deserves it, quite frankly, but I am curious. Who do you all think, should be having their eyes on, if there's an election, I guess, for the Democratic Party? Who do you?
Of Maryland. I can never remember his name. What's his name? Help me out, Mickey. The governor of Maryland.
Wes Moore.
Wes Moore. Wes is good, but a VP. We need an old white. So I'm thinking Shapiro. But then Shapiro's Jewish, and you know how these anti-Ickies are. Who's old boy in Kentucky?
Yeah.
He's probably my favorite.
Kentucky, and then Kelly. I'm just being honest.
Kelly would be great because we need, absolutely, I think Kelly would be great as a VP.
Because Kelly is the balance between Republicans and Democrats. He's big on immigration reform. He's prior military. He's worked in NASA. He actually has, and if you guys watch a lot of these videos, he's confronted them in the hallways. Like, we always see the Cory Booker and but what a lot of people don't see is John Kelly is the one that stops them in the hallway and say, what the fuck is going on? Why haven't you had the conversation with us? So, like, white America, if we need white America to vote, white America is gonna at least vote for a veteran, and he's a veteran, NASA, and he's big on immigration reform because he is an Army.
Yeah, Andy Bashir. That's it.
Yep, Andy Bashir. And Andy Bashir is a great mix too. The problem I have with Andy Bashir is he's soft-spoken. Now, one thing that I have noticed about Andy Bashir, and if a lot of y'all do a Google search, he has been going to South Carolina, North Carolina. He's been all over the United States having these quick talking engagements, even going into some of the town hall meetings to have the conversations. But he is soft-spoken, but he also has a big Republican support from his constituents in freaking Kentucky, where we know a lot of them are those MAGA motherfuckers. And then he also has a big Democrat support. So that's why Andy Bashir's name always comes up in a lot of conversations, because he's in that one of those states that really do not want to rock with Democrats.
Right, a Democratic governor of Kentucky is a pretty big freaking deal. I love Andy Bashir, and he, I think he has the winning factor, because Obama was kind of like not like in your face, overt. So I think as long as the VP, because remember how Biden would have those one-liners, I'm gonna take Donald Trump back of the barn and punch him in the gut. You know, Biden used to say, we call him Unk. I think that, you know, we need somebody to be the antithesis to Donald Trump, because can you imagine how he would just break him down during a debate, just very methodical. Hillary's problem, I think, outside of that she was a woman, Hillary is naturally arrogant, right? She's the shit, honestly. Hillary is like, she's always like, yeah, the female Cheney to me, right? It's just, and then you know that they don't like when women, hello, look at Clubhouse, when women have that natural authority. Hillary's ass exuded natural authority. She terrified the shit out of me. I have no, no misgivings that if it came to pressing a button to obliterate an entire country, that she would do so without hesitation, right? That's what Hillary kind of exuded. So I think that we need a difference to Donald Trump. J.D. Vance with his he's become a bit of a panderer. J.D. Vance is somebody who's had to pretend as if he's not actually an academic. And what that comes across is something that is not very genuine. Plus, a lot of people are calling him out because he's never defended his wife against these white supremacists, right? Like the young Republicans. They were making fun of minorities, and he has a whole the immigrants and, the minority children and wife, and he never supports them. That's the same thing that Texans criticized Ted Cruz for when he was running, right? They still elected him as senator, but a lot of people gave Cruz criticism because he just embraced Donald Trump after he, tried to attack his wife Heidi for basically having mental health issues. So Andy Bashir and either Pritzker or, as you said, Kelly. Pritzker because he's a real billionaire, and that would just trigger the fuck out of Donald Trump. And he can also come out of pocket for a lot of those events.
And let me tell y'all a secret about Pritzker. His family, a lot of people don't know this. His family was the only family that owned that owned those hotels. Was it the Hilton? Is it the Hilton? Hyatt. His family owned the Hyatt. He was the only family that actually allowed, and this is crazy to say allowed, freaking Martin Luther King to have meetings in his restaurants and their hotels, would allow black people. Like, it's kind of weird that we don't fucking know about Pritzker until he becomes the governor and he's fighting back. But the only thing that's a problem with Pritzker is when it comes to politics, he's overweight and he's not.
I know they say he's not good looking, but he looked like sugar daddy. Child, a billionaire is always gonna look the fuck good to me.
A woman. Shit. But his family, there's this place, I think it's called the Equinox. I forgot the restaurant. The restaurant in Atlanta, his family housed Martin Luther King when he would have meetings, would allow them to stay at I keep saying allow, but this is what was going on during that time, when no other hotel would allow them to have meetings, to have gatherings to eat, regardless of who they are with being able to white passing because they are actually Jewish. But even with the white passing and the amount of money they had, they didn't give a fuck. They integrated. They let him, and it's fucked up to say let to, but they let him house a lot of this shit within their hotels.
Chad, the Green Book, some of you saw the movie, or some of you never even heard of it, right? We had to have a book of places we can stay, right? We know throughout history, Jim Crow was brutal, man. I mean, even Jackie Robinson, right? When he was allowed, there was hotels they would pull up to, and they'd be like, "Well, he can't stay here," right? And the team would support him, like, "Well, we ain't staying here." But this is a thing. This is definitely a thing.
And you know what? That's why when it comes to like y'all as black folks, if you want to give some rich crackers some money, go give it to goddamn Hyatt. Because they supported the civil rights movement when it came to integration and allowing us to stay in a decent looking hotel.
If you guys ever come to North Carolina and you're in Greensboro, I would recommend you stay at the Magnolia House. The Magnolia House is like the only and one of the first black-owned I want to say Airbnb, child. It's a bed and breakfast. And a friend of mine, one of my mentors, Sam Pass, he restored it, so now you can stay there and eat breakfast there. But people of their ilk of like Tina Turner has stayed there before. The Temptations stayed there before back in the day. A lot of like really major stars stayed there at that hotel. So if you're ever here, y'all should check it out. It's a good cute piece of history.
Thank you. I follow something online that talks about a lot of black bed and breakfast because I love bed and breakfast. Like they have some in like some small towns, and I just like the architecture. It's like a modern luxury, not luxury, like an old fashioned luxury. So thank you, Alpha. I love stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cute. It gives you that whole like vintage vibe on the inside. They still kept most of the even when they restored it, they restored most of the appliances and stuff. So like it even has like the old sinks and like the shower, the tubs, like the way they used to make those steel tubs back in the day. They don't make them like that anymore. Yeah, it's really cute.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I don't do the South too much, except for New Orleans, but if I ever get in that area. I've been watching this guy, James Tallarico, and he seems pretty impressive to me. Like Hakeem, I found a lot of Democrats to be problematic when it came to the Charlie Kirk resolution. It just really bothered me, and it hasn't left me. And I found Wes Moore to be somewhat problematic when it came to the Reparations Commission. And as problematic as Gavin Newsom can be, he seems to be one of the only ones that's ready to go, like balls to the wall, for real, in combating this. Like my respect for some of these politicians is just really waning.
But he still has to be able to sell himself to the East Coast.
Yes, absolutely.
So the problem with California, and I ain't going to front on California, even though California like to front on New York City. So I just had to throw that in there. But the problem with California is their extreme progressive side of the house, right? And New York used to have the same thing too. I.e. freaking, what is it? That big thing that they had in upstate New York where the fucking hippies gathered. But regardless, like his reputation when it comes to California politics, when people don't fucking read, and you know this, Madison, everybody in this room know this, when people don't read and understand policy, even attack air, we've had Democrats in this room attack that black mayor in California. They don't understand like how people have to maneuver. They don't understand policy that they're trying to implement and why that policy may be good for the community or even good for the nation. So that's the only caveat I have when it comes to him. I don't think he's winnable because people don't fucking read or they don't really want to know what the person that they have in place is really trying to do for them. They're good with the rhetoric. Like, fucking Trump won on a 2-page PowerPoint presentation and nobody took, even if you don't want to read 98 pages of Kamala Harris, you could have controlled F and said 25,000, how this is going to happen. And if you didn't want to read hers, look at the presidential agenda for fucking 2025. It's in White House archives. Everything that she had in that 98 pages was already in the archives. They beat her up about saying on The View, I'm not changing a thing. You know why she said that? Because a lot of those pieces of what she wanted to do was shit that her and Biden came up with during the 4 years that they were in that seat.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it's like the ability to navigate the culture wars. Like, he was one of the first people that came out and talked about, they made the trans issue into such a big thing. And there are people in the LGBTQ plus IA community that also agree that children shouldn't do things that are life-altering, that they should wait until they're 18 years old. And a lot of people feel that way within the community. But that never gets said. It never gets said in a common sense sort of way, and they just deflect, and we pay attention to policy so much. I mean, Hillary was a policy wonk. Nobody knew policy better than her. But nobody, as you said, nobody pays attention to that shit. They don't read, they don't know, they don't care. They vote based on how they feel. So somebody that can navigate policy as well as deal with some of these culture wars, like in a common sense sort of way, and be strong enough to like carry it. I haven't seen anybody possess the ability to do that.
And, you know, I'm glad you brought that up. I love Hillary. People talk shit about her whiteness. They talk this shit about her fucking bow down to the rope because her husband cheated. I don't give a fuck. Since she was in college, you know, if you guys actually read and understand Hillary's movement towards going against her own as the valedictorian in her college, they put her on fucking Life magazine. Because she let him have the speech, and she told him where the fuck she stands as a woman. It was her father, who was already upper middle class, on the brink of being rich, that took her to see Martin Luther King. And in her mind, as a young girl, is like understanding, and that's with her living in a predominantly white society, understanding that even her as the president of the young Republican Party, what that means. Like, you guys are so fucking healthcare within each of these states for your children because we weren't able to do universal healthcare. She was a big advocate for that. She fucking, like, of all the first ladies, to include Michelle, I love Michelle, but of all the first ladies, nobody can fucking light a flame to her. Nobody. But we fucking like sit here and downplay who the fuck she is because she has white skin. That woman is a fucking beast when it comes to policy. Her ego's a little high, but guess what? She's hiding. Every time you see an interview, you see a bunch of fucking trees and she looks fucking broke down. She has been serving the public since she's been in fucking college. And we have beat her down to the point where she could never, ever, probably even touch politics. Don't want to touch politics ever again.
No, you're right, Patty. She would have been she had the best resume of any political candidate running for president going into the election. And we definitely need to put some respect on her name. You know, she did just about everything she did, Secretary of State. It almost makes me want to cry to realize where we would have been as a nation, as a country, if Hillary Clinton had been elected president. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I just don't understand why she did not use David Axelrod, David Plouffe, like a killer team that can at the very least, crunch numbers. Like, they did not game it out strategically in any sort of way. It's like, why even get in a race if you haven't reverse engineered exactly how you're going to win? Like, I don't start shit that I can't win. I reverse engineer everything that I do, and I work backwards. And so I just don't know how they dropped the ball and just missed.
You know what, man? Too. Remember, all y'all remember this, because none of us that's in this room is in our 20s, maybe late 20s, but a lot of us were old enough at that time to understand like where we were going with this politics. I can remember during that time, I actually have friends that thought she was gonna win, and because they had other shit going on, they didn't even show up because they're like, "Oh, she gonna win. I ain't even worried about it." A lot of people in this country thought she was gonna win because Trump was not even a real king.
Right. I didn't think people took Trump seriously. I think everything he was saying, it just was like, he can't win talking like that at all. And I think that's what really stopped people from going to vote, because they said it was a joke.
Yeah, that whole underestimating is just wild to me, and that whole belief and feelings thing. It's like like in a criminal situation, right? With litigation, there are two things that convict: eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. Before I pay an attorney $50K, I'm gonna make sure that fucking witness don't show up. If I gotta pay the witness, you know what I'm saying? It's like you lock down shit before it happens, and that whole wishing and hoping thing, that's crazy to me, to put that much on the line and just really not know and just think that something is going to happen. I watch people march into their demise on a daily basis, and I just find it just to be wild not to crunch the numbers and figure it out and analyze the situation. And with the data that we have today, like, damn, like, how could you not figure this out? But I feel y'all, I remember the feeling. I just remember the sense of doom, because when somebody is so overly confident, it's always, I don't know, I can just feel the shit in the pit of my stomach.
I've been watching her do this for my whole life now. I'm so tired of, like, she made the same mistake that Gore made, and the same mistake that Kerry made, and the same mistake that Hakeem and Schumer are making right now. Like, they're going to someone with, like, this, like, fake-ass civility where, you know, throughout the whole George W. Bush period, they're like, if we allow gay marriage, they're going to be having threesomes with your dogs. Like, and then we're like, well, but let's talk about how we're going to put Social Security into a lockbox and make sure that it's safe for the future. It's like, wait, what? Right? That's 25 years ago. 25 years ago, and you still haven't learned the lesson? Like, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer look like a joke when they try to act tough or actually engage in the level that politics is happening. And we've seen that kind of stuff go down with most of the politicians in the Democratic Party. Not all of them, but most of them, for a long, long time. And it's just so frustrating to watch not only the same mistakes be made, but, you know, Kamala inherited from Biden the exact same team that lost, or that barely beat Trump in 2020 when they should have, like, absolutely mollywopped him, and lost in 2016. How do you underperform that much and get a third chance for the presidency? Like, it's like politics is about power, and it's like Democrats want to believe that, oh no, we can just lean back on some mythology and that's going to get us where we need to go. It just drives me absolutely nuts. It's the same bullshit.
Yeah, me too. It's like, even right now, I remember very clearly when Barack Obama threw Jeremiah Wright under the bus, and it was within 24 hours, and I was like, yes, he did what the fuck he had to do. I don't understand when people don't do whatever is necessary. Like, right now, I just really feel like they should have let the healthcare bill pass. I'm not the healthcare bill, but just let the fucking bill pass. Because if Republicans are so determined to make it unaffordable, let them. Let their own voters feel the sting of what they've been cheering for. You know, most of the people who get hurt aren't living in blue states. They're in those rural red counties. The people who voted for Trump, the ones who are most dependent on the ACA and the Medicaid expansion, cut it off and those fucking hospitals close. People have to drive an hour for an emergency room. Premiums shoot through the roof. It's the same people that they call the backbone of America that are going to feel it. They've been promising repeal and replace for years, but they never had replacement, just the repeal. So let them own it. You know what I'm saying? We continually save the GOP from its own bad policy. They could have just kicked back and said, we warned you, we tried to protect your coverage. They took it away. But we never seem to want to be able to feel the pain of doing that, and we suffer anyway.
But I don't think the Dems need to do that. And I think that what we're forgetting is that this country is racist and misogynist, right? I literally said when they started attacking Hillary, they're attacking one of their own. They came at that white woman so bad, right? And Hillary was the perfect candidate, right? She had done all of the things. Like I said, her resume was stellar. We've never had a candidate with that much experience before, right? She was even a first lady, for God's sakes, right? Donald Trump had zero experience. Zero. I remember when they attacked Obama for saying that he was basically a newbie to politics. So this is the problem, right? And I, as someone who was pretty much a Republican and conservative the majority of my life, the Democrats have always been the good guys. You know why? Because they care about the little person. Republicans have never given a shit about the little person. They've never even tried. You cannot expect the Dems to take on that stance because intrinsically that's not who the fuck they are, which is why they promote things like equality for trans people. Because I'm going to go there, right? People are going to be like, oh my God, Mickey, but I'm going to say it. You know what the fuck loses the Dems elections? Promoting LGBTQ and promoting black people. You want them to fucking stop being who they are, then they're going to be the Republicans. Because the Republicans don't do that shit. People do not want trans people in the bathrooms. I'm sorry, but they fucking don't. If you run with that, the Republicans are going to run with that every fucking day. But the Democrats are never going to abandon that because that's who they are. So when you say you want them to win elections, do you really want them to win elections, right? Do you really want them to focus on what's like 1 to 2% of the population, if it's even 1 to 2% of the population? The very first time that they did the bathroom thing, I fucking knew it. Like, I knew it. I'm like, oh, well, this is incredibly tone deaf. Because the majority of the country is always going to say, we don't agree with that. We don't want trans women to compete against young girls. 90% of the country is going to say, I don't want that to happen. So you want the Dems to abandon who they are? And we seem to forget, because put some respects on the Dems' name. Barack Obama won as a biracial black man after Republicans fucking obliterated the economy. Come on. Like, put a little respect on them. And who the hell thought that this racist-ass country, after having Donald Trump in office, would fucking elect a black woman? We were all hoping and praying that it happened. But come the fuck on. Suburban white women vote as their husbands do. You think they were gonna vote for old girl and she was actually gonna beat Donald Trump? She could have been running against fucking Putin and she would have lost. Come on, guys.
But it's not what you do, it's how you do it. The thing is you can't change anything if you don't win. And yes, you have to win. I mean, look at what Barack did when it came to deportations. People didn't even realize it. He wore those mom jeans for a fucking reason. They never saw him coming. And they still don't know what he was able to do. Because he played it. Man, he played it to the hilt. I know people who worked on his campaign and nobody even knows their fucking names because they started whisper campaigns. When they talked about how he was inexperienced, they started another whisper campaign on the other side. They did what was fucking necessary. It's real strategy. And all I'm saying is that, yeah, you can be that party, but you can't fucking telegraph everything that you're doing. And that's what they do. It's like, where is the politics inside of the damn politics? And so we can keep losing, with zero strategy. And that whole thing about bathrooms, create legislation where it's a third fucking bathroom. It's not that hard. They have them in damn near everywhere now. It's a gender neutral fucking bathroom. It's as simple as that. But instead we just keep, they should be able to do this, they should be able to do it. Just fix the shit.
Or just have a fucking bathroom. You know, it actually works in other countries. Hate to tell y'all.
Yeah, and it works here in some states. Damn, it's not that different.
For region countries, I've had to go for work into certain countries, even Japan. If you go to Japan and you go through their railways, they have a bathroom. Like, nobody gives a fuck when you gotta piss. It's only when you fucking gotta fucking bring it up in conversation.
And it's just because if you have a man who identifies as a woman and he's dressed like a woman, right? You don't want him in a bathroom with your little girl, right? But you want him in a bathroom with your little boy. Dumbass. They haven't even gamed it out. You know?
It's also, if you think a public bathroom is a sexual place, we have a different problem. It has nothing to do with what's between your legs.
100%.
I just want to say for 2016, right, and 2020, I mean, Democrats are supposed to be the party for the working class, but over time, we know that's the perception of the Democratic Party is that that's where they say they're for the working class, but their policies essentially go the other way. Donald Trump in 2016, I believe, or 2015, when Hillary lost, she was riding on the wave of popularity. She was popular. She won the popular votes. Let's not forget that. If that was the only criteria, then she would have been president. But she lost because the states that they should have focused on, they didn't focus on because I guess they were maybe too confident, or they just weren't able to capture the needs and aspirations of middle America that's essentially lost out to the middle of the country. I lived in California at the time. If you ask a Californian what Nebraska is, if I ask any of you, I live in Nebraska, your initial opinion about Nebraska is that, oh, it's a flyover state, because it is. Nobody gives a fuck about Nebraska. Nobody gives a fuck about Kansas. Nobody gives a fuck about Idaho. And these are the states that actually determined, because they ignored those states essentially, and it cost them the election. So, and Donald Trump essentially, he won in 2015, 2016, became president, lost in 2020, and he still didn't stop campaigning. He still held rallies, even though they kept on getting indicted after and after and after again. He maintained his base to make sure that in 2024 that he won absolutely. So I think Donald Trump is playing chess. Meanwhile, Democrats are still busy playing checkers. And I think that strategy needs to change. The strategy needs to be all-encompassing. You can no longer ignore middle America. And I think that's really where the issue starts from.
I don't know how you're going to talk about chess and checkers when you just said that Kansas is like the reason why Trump won. Like Kansas,
no.
Because the Electoral College has basically no impact whatsoever. It's not in play. Like it's just not. I wish that it was, but it's not. So, but I do think that there's an important thing to talk about with some of the Democrats being for the working class stuff, which is Democrats threw the working class under the bus with NAFTA. That's just true. Like, so part of what has happened is that there's a percentage of people who look at the Democrats and see hollowness to their claims to be for the working class. Because the thing that makes you like not even need to worry about the social safety net, right, which is like a good job, is something that they basically attacked, right? They attacked people's ability to have a good job in a lot of parts of the country. And they could have had a trade deal that didn't look like NAFTA, that was more pro-worker. And they chose to have one that was more pro-corporation, more pro-offshoring. And that's a really important history in a lot of the places that have swung away from the Democrats, right? When we talk about Ohio, which was a blue state for many years, or at least blue enough. Pennsylvania, Michigan, like places, Wisconsin, places that have switched the other way, they're the places that have been hurt the worst by NAFTA. And so part of the problem is that there has been a corporate democratic establishment that hasn't shown up for the working class in the way that they said that they were. And that's a massive brand problem because you have to carry that weight the whole time. And so there's a lot of people who go, well, no, they aren't actually for me. And those people have a case. I don't necessarily, I think it's sometimes overstated. Like, you know, we got to go to every diner in Pennsylvania kind of shit. But there is some truth to it, too.
That's why Trump won. That was his message from the beginning. He captured the hearts of those folks who essentially were abandoned by globalization. So, and that's essentially the genesis, the precursor for the whole tariff policy, essentially, that's happening right now. So, I think the country is lying, Democrats especially, are lying in the bed that we made. And, you know, I hope that it changes, but, you know, I think the damage is already done.
But y'all act like the USMCA under Trump administration was actually better. The policy wasn't better. It still affected a lot of the manufacturers and some of the consumers. So, like, it wasn't better. There was amendments made, but it still was trash. I think it was the messaging. I think the confidence of some of these people that call themselves educated, not showing up to the polls because they had other shit to do is what made him win the first administration. People not understanding policy and fucking social media is what Biden was trying to do. Because what Biden did when it came to policy was trying to bring manufacturing back to the United States. It would have been slower. The process would have been better because not only was he trying to bring manufacturing back when it came to the CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, he was also trying to build a fucking supply chain that is really weak in the United States. But if people actually sat down, read, and understood what was going on, what the fuck does Trump have in place that's better than what he put together?
So the thing, right? So the thing about that.
No, there's no thing. I'm just asking that one question. I don't give a fuck about the thing. What has Trump put in place? Okay, go ahead.
That's what I'm trying to answer. So under the Biden administration, I actually supported those pieces of legislation, CHIPS Act, Infrastructure Bill. But one of the key underpinning of the Biden administration was the massive government spending. The government was essentially crowding out.
But that's an investment into our economy.
Yeah,
this is where it's really weird. People always talk about government spending, just like when we talk about Ukraine spending, what happened with this spending, that spending, USAID spending. A lot of things that y'all fail to realize, the same way you invest in the stock market is how we invest into other countries and we invest in policy. Because what happens is you get money back from that shit. You may have a little negative that year, but guess what? As each year comes about, you're gonna get your fucking dividends. So
here's the other side.
I don't give a fuck about all that. I'm asking you, what has Trump said that he's gonna be able to do, or even what policy has he? Because it's none of them are in the big beautiful bill.
It's immigration. It's immigration, Patty.
No, Patty, you're absolutely Ifanye, but you're speaking from the perspective of somebody who understands how this works. I totally agree with what Patty said. 80% of Americans do not understand that legislation at all. They literally don't. Biden's are in from his administration. Do you guys know that they are absolutely stellar? Considering if you have I don't like comparing the Dems to the GOP right now. The GOP is literally breaking laws. The GOP is not upholding democracy. The GOP is allowing a president to run rogue, and we know that. We know the Dems are not going to do that because, quite frankly, if the Dems gave in and acted as the GOP did, then the fucking United States is gone on a global perspective, right? We might as well just wait until we're invaded and taken over because it's going to happen. What Patty is saying is for the people that make these comparisons, because here comes TC, on a legislative basis, do you understand how detrimental a post-COVID economy was for the rest of the world? When we want to make actual comparisons to other leaders, do you know what happened, for example, to England during this time when they went back and forth and they appointed that one old girl, and then within a few days later she was gone, and they were doing stimulus after the United States had done it? Like, I don't think you know. And Americans don't know, and we don't expect them to understand. But if you want to have a legislative battle, Biden actually did more in some instances than Barack did. Now, this is because Barack Obama, I'm not, we can give the exceptions. We know that Barack Obama faced issues within his own party. Even Nancy Pelosi acknowledged that when she was doing her book tour, and I heard it from the horse's mouth herself. She said that Barack Obama did not have a lot of support even within the fucking Dems.
Hey, but before you leave the Biden thing, can I address something that you said?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I totally agree that Biden's economic record is good. I think if you actually look at the numbers, it's really hard to dispute that, especially when you take the international lens that you were suggesting. I totally agree. You have to do politics and policy. And he was cleaning up shit, right? Like, COVID was shit. It was terrible. It was just not a good time. Like, pandemics are not a good time. But if you try to tell people as you're cleaning up shit that everything is immaculate and it should feel good to you, it's not going to land well. And that's what he did with that whole Bidenomics frame, was he basically said, look at how much better everything is getting, you should feel great. And the reality was it should have been more like, hey, we're going through a tough time, but I'm going to lead us out of this. Things are getting better. Like, let's maintain our unity and figure this out, America. And he was just so tone deaf, and it completely undermined the Democratic message. It completely undermined Kamala. It told a bunch of people who were going through very real pain that they should just suck it up, or that they were wrong for complaining about the situation they were in. And that's terrible politics. And that left the space for Trump to come in and say, look at how bad things are for you. And people go, oh my God, and this other guy doesn't. Maybe he's going to actually do something about it. Just still stupid, right? Like, if you understand politics, you wouldn't say that because it doesn't make any sense. But part of that is Biden's really shitty politics.
That would have been the worst thing for Biden to do. Absolutely horrible advice. That would have been detrimental to the Biden brand. He would have never been able to recover. That would have been the worst advice to give him. What he should have done was he should have distracted with another issue. That's what you do. There's nothing that Biden could have done about that economy. He did the best he could with what he had. What he should have done was he should have distracted and moved the view away from economics and put it on another zeitgeist issue that's important to the Democrats. He should have promoted this big, huge healthcare relaunch of the Affordable Care Act. He should have launched some sort of massive social services program. He should have introduced something that would take the messaging away from economics and put it on something else, which is exactly what Donald Trump is doing right now, which is why the title of this room is We Shut Down MAGA-Sponsored Terrorism. Donald Trump is still leading the narrative. The Democrats do not have the narrative, and they haven't had the narrative. The issue is messaging. The Democrats don't know how to message. They're consistently bad at messaging. The last time Democrats had a good message was Barack Obama with Hope and Change.
Yeah, but it is a narrative, and that's what we're arguing about in here. When are people going to realize that the narrative is not reality? That is the point. When are people going to realize the narrative is not a reality? This is not I applaud the Dems for trying to uphold democracy, right? And no, I totally agree, Aaron. Sometimes I just wish they would be like, F it. Let's just make shit up and get elected. But this is the point that I'm trying to make, y'all. Trump is literally promoting Biden's economy, but Trump gets all the fucking praise for it. He's adding tariffs, which is contributing to inflation. But people don't even understand how fucking tariffs works and inflation works. Like, the Dems are damned if you do and damned if they don't. Trump is literally bragging about shit like the fucking stock market. Because guess what, y'all? Technically, last administration, the economy was actually good by the metrics we gauge the economy. Now, what are two things going up that the average American, not the people in this room, the average American, right, gauge the economy? The price of gas and the price of a gallon of milk. Both are fucking up. That's my point. So, I mean, goddamn.
But you know what? They're not complaining.
No. Gas is not down. No, it's literally not.
Let me tell you something. If gas goes down, just know there's a problem globally. If gas is down, there's a problem globally. When interest rates are down, there's a problem within our we have problems. Y'all can't play like interest rate went down. What that mean? There's less
Gas is
money out
going
there.
down, interest rates is going down.
Right. There's less money. When gas prices go down, guess what that means? The demand is down.
The supply, in this case, is higher than the demand because supply.
Exactly.
So people lose jobs. Yes.
Me, or what does that mean for Miki, or what does that mean for the nigga that lives next door to you? They not going nowhere. We're not fucking going nowhere. You know why we ain't going nowhere? Because we trying to save our fucking money because we know there's an issue.
No. In this case, the price of gasoline going down is a supply issue. The United States increased the supply to service the rest of the world.
Not only that, they increase the supply because of what's going on in Europe.
Well,
there's a whole bunch of factors.
Whatever it is, the price of gas is going down. It's not a demand issue, it's a supply issue.
It's going down for what? It was already too high. That's the point we were making about inflation earlier with CPI. Somebody in this room.
Going up.
Yes, you can literally look at inflation and you can point to why prices are going up. That's what I'm saying. The economists forecast things based on things today, right? When I said, see, it's even funny, y'all. I'm just going to say this for 2 seconds and hush, because I really want to hear from other people too. I literally just said the average American gauges the economy by the price of a gallon of gas. And Patty, look what they started going to, how much they pay at the pump. Like, you literally can't fucking make this shit up.
That's crazy.
You cannot make this shit up.
Interest rates went down. It's more affordable for us to buy homes. Motherfucker, I ain't got no money to buy a home at this point.
Wait, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at,
but that's the truth. It's the truth. And I'm laughing at it because a lot of you motherfuckers voted for this shit. So while I'm able, or Miki's able, to fucking restructure what we may have bought a home during the 8 to 10% interest rates, and we've already said, let's go ahead and go to this bank where they offered us a lower interest rate, and the interest rate went down even lower, we're okay. It may be our cousin that was trying, and we negotiated. I told people every day, buy a home now, because what you can do is you can fucking negotiate with people. Because I had somebody took $50,000 off the home. $50,000. I said, hey, I want this home, $50,000. This percent towards the down payment, because at the time, this percent towards the down payment, or towards the down payment, this percent towards certain repairs I wanted done. And guess what? They were okay with it. Give this bitch $50,000. You could have did the same thing. And in my mind, that $50,000 was, if I got to do 6 months at 10%, that's an additional X amount of dollars. That additional X amount of dollars will take away from the $50,000, the house value, because of the house next door, and then the house down the street sold for this. Patty saved $4,200, but then at the same time, Pentagon Federal was offering me a 6% interest rate when it was 8%, 10% for y'all, 8% for VA. I can do the 6% interest rate and still save even more money. So make it make sense. Everybody is not able. I'm not able. The only reason why is because I had a decent credit score. But everybody doesn't have that credit score because of certain things. Everybody doesn't have that job where they feel that they're secure and they'll be able to go to work tomorrow. Like, we gotta make it make sense, people.
Right, Patty. The average cost of a vehicle for the first time ever, $50,000 fucking dollars. $50,000. But you know, yeah, Biden. The average cost of a house, highest ever. Tuition, highest ever. Foreclosures, increasing. Credit defaults, increasing. Layoffs, increasing. Unemployment, increasing. Inflation, increasing. But Biden did a bad job. The fuck? Really? You know what? Y'all just, ooh, child. Tell the truth and shame the devil, Patty. Because the people that are going to be hurting the red states, because y'all see Trump put back the salt tax deduction in the one big beautiful bill, even though your president over the whole United States was bragging when he passed it in 2017 that it was really going to harm people in blue states because his stupid ass was lying about his goddamn square footage in his house so he didn't have to pay his damn property taxes. Yeah, I'm gonna go there. And then what happened? What he did with the economy cost him the damn election the second time, because y'all don't like to mention that. He fucking lost. If Trump did so well the first fucking time he was in office, why the hell did he lose? But his ass lost. Okay? Just like his ass probably gonna lose again because he fucking up the economy just like he did the first goddamn time. And Democrats to the rescue. You can hate on Biden all you want, but Biden is why, right? You know, the wealthy got the wealthiest than they ever did in their entire life. Anytime I hear somebody who says, I'm a business person, I'm an investor, right, Patty? I do this and I do that. Because who the fuck refined houses when Jerome Powell had them bitches as low as fuck? Raise your hand. Majority of America? That's who the fuck did. The majority of Americans who own the goddamn house? Okay? Y'all don't want to have this economic discussion.
I got 2.2% interest rate on a home in Hawaii.
That's crazy. I thought I was
Two
doing
homes.
good at
2.7. We financed one and bought another house at the time. Do you know what 1.1 million looks like when you're at a 4.5% interest rate, and with the property taxes in Hawaii, that's $5,100. I can tell y'all right now I'm paying like $4,000 and change for a home. That's way over 1.1.
In Hawaii. God damn, sis.
In Hawaii. So you make it make sense, bro.
Yeah, I mean that's amazing. I thought I was doing good at 2.76, and even when they try to get me loan, they
I got picked up.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, how did I do that?
I got picked up.
But the thing is too is that they wanted to give me a jumbo for 4%, and I wouldn't take it. I was like, I'll just add more to my down payment. But to your point, Nikki, I agree with everything that you said, especially when it comes to the economics, but it is the political missteps that I find frustrating. It's a way to maintain your integrity as a party and still translate to people and meet them where they are. And I think sometimes that's what's missing. You know, I remember November of, was it, God, I can't remember what year it is now. I think it was 23, but I remember thinking Biden needs to step aside. He shouldn't run again. Very early on, like a year prior to, everybody started talking about it. And it's the ability to make the tough decisions, the ability to be able to do what's necessary. That's all I'm saying. So even when you're doing business, I mean, I've had that pie in the sky ideal, and I just had to grow up to a certain degree. I'm in Hollywood, right? In the business that I'm in, I can maintain my integrity and still do business, but also know when I'm swimming with fucking sharks. And all I'm saying is to just, you know, take off those rose-colored glasses and get down to business and do what's necessary to make it translate to the votes that you need to win and to get folks registered as well.
No, and I agree. And I will say, I love this debate, y'all. I love it. So to Aram and Madison and everyone else, no, you're 1,000%. I think I get lost in the economic sauce because it's sometimes I have to be like, okay, take off those market colored glasses and be like, okay, let me look at that outside. Because no, Barack Obama handed the economy to Donald Trump on not even a silver platter. Hello, a platinum Cartier platter, right? Trump was not in office enough the first couple of years to destroy it, but he tried, which is why, for example, the market was down in 2018, although there were a lot of other issues. And his tax legislation, while it gave people an extra $50, it cut out so much. He even harmed wealthy people, which is why I largely think that he didn't get elected, because MAGA loved him to death. He just offered, you know, like, do y'all know that the man sells like over 20 pair of shoes? Like, it wasn't just those ugly, tacky gold shoes. He actually has like over 20 pairs of different shoes that people can buy. Trump is deaf that he offered our soldiers after the shutdown happened. Did y'all see this? He offered them a particular watch that was gauged for the military while the shutdown was happening, weren't getting paid. So we know that when it comes to the economy, like, Republicans have always put forth legislation for the ultra high net worth, right? And then those be like, oh, but what about the opportunity zone? Yeah, so a couple of people, if you get to benefit from the crumbs on the table and you're just, you know, basically snatching that, I'm not going to say that legislation was for you. Because one thing we can say is that the Dems have more legislation and policies that benefit the average American. This is why their economies tend to be better, because Democratic economy are always better than Republican ones. Yes, including Donald Trump and Biden's economy, right? People were struggling. The 1%, the 10%, hell, the 30%. The 30% benefited. But I'm curious to hear from other people. What do y'all think? Jason, you've been saying a lot of stuff in the chat, sir.
See, the problem, right? So like I said, if I completed my thoughts earlier, we need to say this, but sure, the stock market under Biden had multiple market highs. That's a fact. But the inflation problem, even the Biden administration recognized that. Of course, from the peak of the inflation issue, when the Fed started hiking rates, the Biden administration had to tone down their government spending. They literally, from that point on, were started reducing their government spending because they recognized that was a major issue. Patty mentioned that, of course, the investments the country was making was an investment in the future, but the question is, where's that money coming from? The money was coming from debt, of course, bonds. The United States expanded its deficits under the Biden administration. And of course, if you listen to his Treasury Secretary, the first female Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, her initial idea was, well, now is the time for the country to invest. But of course, what that did is that it crowded out private investments, made it essentially a government show, and increased deficits for the country, which is a problem. So we had the sugar high, we got the sugar response, of course, who owned assets essentially got better, but the people most Americans, about 50% of Americans, don't own any assets about that or not invested in the stock market. So those people were killed by inflation. That's where his issue came from, right? That's the core of the Biden issue. Everything else I supported. I supported the investment in the CHIPS Act. I supported the infrastructure bill. The difference between that approach versus Trump's approach in Trump's America, the people who are making the investments are the actual billionaire companies. They're actually shelling out their billions that they've gained from the American people to invest in the country, to build infrastructure. And that's what we need. We don't need more debt. We don't need more bonds. We don't need the deficit to keep expanding, because that's overall worse off for the average person, for the average American.
Yeah, Janet Yellen is actually one of the strongest performers when we talk about the economy and some of the decisions she helped make when it came to economic policy.
Yes, I agree.
No hate on her. But when it comes to one thing that Obama said, I went to the rally when he talked about, and this is where I was like, these motherfuckers are stupid, because I've sat on Clubhouse. He talked about grocery prices and people not really understanding the economy. So he said, I know your groceries are high. So he had to dumb down the performance so that people that's in the audience say, yeah, they're high, but this is what we're trying to do. And it's crazy because I know mentally when he was saying that shit, I was like, that's not going to help grocery prices, but it may. There's no guarantee. But saying price gouging, okay, so what's next? You got Kroger with some freaking, was it Kroger? With some freaking digital shit that they may change at the last moment and people don't realize it. Like, it was just little shit, like that shit, it was not going to change the price of eggs because there was a whole different issue. That shit wasn't going to change the price of food because farmers trying to make up for their losses because China done went and bought some fucking where else. Instead of and that's the problem with Democrats, they're not honest because they're just like Republicans, but their honesty, you can actually say that they are honest because they're not actually engaging in the blatant bullshit lies that fucking a lot of these Republicans have done. And I even argued with Cindy Stumpo. She's making $1 million homes, but she had to admit that every one of her real estate friends that actually are in construction make money during Democrats. Their money is coming from Democrats. Whether it's them building low-cost homes. What do you call it again? It's my TBI. Actually, no. But when they're building these homes for certain thresholds.
Affordable housing, yep.
Affordable housing, there you go. affordable housing, whether they're building homes with affordable housing because of some of the tax breaks they can get, or the access to freaking the stuff that they need to make these homes affordable and still make a profit. She admitted, like, yeah, you're right. Because I was like, y'all make the most fucking money. Hey, you? Because your ass making fucking marble bathrooms. But I'm talking about people that are making mass homes that we need for people in the community. And she was like, okay, so yeah, some of my friends made money. Well, most of my friends made money. But, you know, it's like, I don't give a fuck about the but. Like, why the fuck do we have to keep recovering or taking care of policies because you guys want to deregulate shit and motherfuckers are dying eating boar's head meat? Like, why in the fuck we gotta keep making policies to fucking fix shit and then go right back into the bullshit?
No, you're right, Patty. Just like how you know, for melanated people, how Barack Obama was a president that tried to get away from the use of private prison, and then Donald Trump was like, nope, back to private prisons. And then Biden was like, nope, let's get away from private prisons. And then guess what happened? Here comes Donald Trump. Yep, let's go back to private prisons. Like, you just can't make this shit up. And what I think is crazy, because it almost reminds me of the Gilded Age, right? It literally reminds me of, which, by the way, that was the man who gave $130 supposedly to the military. And who's doing the accounting on that math? Where the fuck did the wire come through, right? What account did it come through? That's what I want to know. Where is the accountability, right? This is an heir from the Gilded Age, the Mellon, right? Like Bank of New York Mellon that gave $130 million, which, by the way, is a pittance for our military. It costs about a little over $6 billion to pay the military every 2 weeks. And I'm not saying that because we absolutely need to prioritize payments of our military. But come on now. So now, nobody's going to talk about that. Nobody's going to talk about the corporate interest that the White House is basically for sale, that you're going to have Apple and all these tacky ass logos on this big ass, right? This big tacky ass ballroom, right? That is now being contributed to. And I actually put an art. I'm going to put it in the Telegram, Patty, because this is interesting. Boxable is a company that I'm actually would love to invest in if it ever IPOs. So they basically have those prefab houses. If y'all have seen it,
don't do it.
You probably. Thank you, Madison. But guess what? I noticed that two of the names, because I haven't had the time to research all of the private contributor. Well, I won't say private. Now we know their names. The individuals, I should say. I know who the Winklevoss twins are. One is the Secretary of Commerce. But guess what? The father and son individuals who are over Boxable gave $10 million to build the ballroom. But guess what? They have legislative issues, which is why they can't expand into more than a few states. So we literally have, while, MAGA is in the chat talking about, yeah, Trump, we love Donald Trump, Trump's great, What say you about people literally bribing the president of the United States by giving $10 million to build a tacky-ass ballroom to tear down the East Wing, the People's House, in order to get some fucking legislation changed? So y'all keep saying that we've been wrong about predictions. Well, let me predict this shit. I bet fucking Boxable is going to get those regulations removed, and they're going to be able to either IPO or go into every state in the fucking country because they gave Donald Trump's tacky ass shit $10 million. Now what the fuck y'all got to say? You ain't got to say shit about
That part I didn't know. I guess I will hold on to my Boxable because
hold on, girl, because they made that bribe, girl. It's coming. It's coming.
Cool. It's because our kid works for them, and so we do have some information about that, so we can talk offline. But yeah, that's
for sure, Madison. For sure.
I don't think that people have an issue with it. That's just it, Mickey. This is who we are as a country. This is what we wanted, and that's why instead of dragging all this pain out for the next 4 years. That's why I said we're paying now. I mean, everybody's gonna feel it anyway. Like, let victim of their own fucking policies and stop rescuing them. And so let the farmers feel it, let the people who are gonna lose their health care feel it, the hospitals, all of that. At some point, I mean, like I said, it's gonna be painful across the board anyway. So let's just it's like ripping the Band-Aid off, right? So let's stop helping them with policy. Let them fucking have at it and just fucking destroy every fucking thing so that we can get past.
Exactly. I mean, that's why the Democrats should reopen the government so we can actually let the people who voted Trump in feel that pain. Instead of them just coming around and saving the day, because if they succeed in saving the day, Trump would claim credits. So I think what should happen is should reopen the governments and let Americans feel that pain. Let the ACA tax credits expire. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea. Just truly an astonishingly terrible idea. The pain is already here for a lot of people, and it's going to continue getting worse. And it's for obvious reasons, right? Like the kind of corruption that Miki was just describing. It's bad for everyone except for the people on either end of the transaction of the corruption. It's bad for the rest of us. It makes the economy not run well. It's literally them stealing from us, by the way, right? Like when you use government funds, that comes from tax dollars. That's us. The social safety net that's been demolished, the fact that they're prioritizing what they're going to pay for during the shutdown, and one of the things they've decided not to pay for is literally food for the hungry. Like, there's political ramifications for that, like, in addition to just the fact that there's people, which is morally abhorrent, economically disastrous, and just otherwise terrible, like, and something that shouldn't happen. So, like, the pain is built in. Like, the way he's running the government, it's not like Trump is innovating how to be an authoritarian. Like, you know, corrupt authoritarians have a very long history in the world, and we've seen what ends up happening, and it's never economy. It's never good for the everyday person. And eventually it's not even people who, you know, suck up and try to, you know, stay in the good favor. They almost always find themselves on the wrong side of history. Both in terms of how they're viewed after the fact, but also just during the period of that authoritarian rule, they often end up on the wrong side of it too. So all these people who are trying to pretend like we can just kind of like, you know, go along to get along or whatever, the comeuppance is absolutely coming. It's going to hurt them in their pocketbook. It's going to hurt them in their reputation. And, you know, this idea that we're still in some kind of normalcy where, you know, this is within the normal range. You know, the kind of shit like Matt Cool just said in the chat about how Miki just woke up to how the world works. That basically it's whoever can get away with being the most corrupt is the winner. That's exactly what we should be fighting. And as it turns out, American people probably don't like that shit. The one thing that is universally detested, or near universally detested, is corruption. And that's going to be one of the ways that, assuming we have free and fair elections, Democrats are going to win. If we don't have free or fair elections, it's going to be at the core of the counter movement, the resistance to MAGA.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they fold, that's some bullshit. Because if they're gonna hold the line and you're not gonna open it back up, hold the fucking line. Don't bluff, and from now, capitulate. Because that's the problem. That's been the problem for a while now. It's like, if you're gonna hold the line, hold the line. But I would hate to see them fold a month from now.
I'm sorry, what's a better winning strategy for Democrats? To say, well, we shut down the government for a month to try to help you fight for your healthcare needs, get the ACA tax credits expanded, but we failed, and now your premiums have gone up like 100%, 50%. The next midterms, vote for me so we can fix it. Isn't that a winning strategy?
And that's why they're gonna have to hold out until something changes.
So if something changes, it means, if it changes, it means Americans wouldn't feel the pain of the big, beautiful bill. It means everything Trump reversed, that's supposed to hit the hospitals, that's supposed to hit the healthcare system, essentially would be reverted. So essentially nothing would have happened, and to the average American, to them, it would just been, okay, maybe there was a shutdown and nothing changed, right? Because life would keep going on and nothing happens. But if they reopen the government and actually let those tax credits expire, then it's actually middle America these are Trump folks, because I'm a life and health agent. I've worked with the ACA directly. I actually don't like the ACA, to be honest with you. But most people I helped were in Mississippi, were in Alabama. These were really poor people that needed those tax credits. Without those tax credits, they were not getting any health insurance, I promise you. So if they let it expire, I think that's a really good campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you completely, but since they didn't, all I'm saying is don't fold now. You don't want to vote for it then hold the line. Don't do the shit that they always.
Yeah, one of the things that the Democrats actually did well here, and I got a lot of critique for how Democrats execute the politics. But one thing they did really well in this one is they chose an issue that's going to become more true and more pressing over time. So one of the things that happened is when they first were like, this is the line we're drawing. We want to make sure that we're going to see their premiums go up, maintain the subsidies that they had so they can actually afford to get health care. Every week that's passed, there's another state now or multiple states that are sending out the notices to people in those states that says, hey, your premiums are way up from where they were before. Which means that they have a rolling positive news story, particularly state by state and the local news outlets where a lot of people, really feel it the most. And that's going to keep happening. So it's not over. So they're going to keep winning news cycles because they're going to be proven right. And instead of it just sounding like political rhetoric, there's going to be actual outcomes that people feel very directly. And not only are they going to feel them directly, like those people have friends and family who are going to be hearing from them. Or going to go, oh my God, I used to, before the Republicans, have health care I could afford. Maybe it was expensive, maybe it wasn't everything I wanted, but at least I had it. And now they're going to go, now I'm basically thinking I should just not have it at all because I can't afford it, period. And that fundamentally is going to be putting more and more pressure on Donald Trump and the Republicans, particularly in the states that are going to feel it the worst. And those people ultimately, especially in Congress where they're up for re-election every 2 years, those people are going to start to wonder, am I really willing to sacrifice myself to not give health care to my people and lose my job because Donald Trump said so?
Yeah, okay, but those are the people with health care. What about the government workers then? The more and more they don't get paid, don't you think Democrats are losing voters on that law? The government workers...
The federal government workers who have been cut and have had all their coworkers mistreated by the Trump administration, those federal workers.
Okay, I guess you have a point.
I mean, I don't know what Donald Trump has done to federal workers that would make them loyal to him.
You have a point there. That's a really good point, but we'll see. I just don't think government should be shut down, honestly.
Yeah, them federal workers pissed off. They got whole Facebook fucking groups that said I voted for this clown in chief. Like I've seen so much shit. Even with some of the people that work where I'm working, the ones that got laid off, they was like, fuck him. At this point, like federal workers are pissed off with Trump. And, even with the community that I hold, a lot of them are willing to not get a paycheck just because they know that he's about to fuck her. For me, I don't give a fuck I do give a fuck. I do have a mortgage to pay. But I'm prepared. So it's like, at this point, it's like, I said in this room, should they shut it down? Shut that bitch down. Like, I know that this guy's not going to give up. He's going to be like, fuck y'all, and fuck all you federal workers, and you're not going to get your check. I don't care at this point. I can have a conversation with my lender, my creditors, and say, hey, this is what's going on. Because it's worked for our soldiers in the past. So for me, it is what it is. Like, I have civilians that are family members, so I don't agree with some of this shit. So I'm okay with just figuring this out until I get paid.
Let's also remember that it's all of the businesses that derive off of that government money too. So like I live in California, we have a ton of national parks, beautiful state by the way. All of those places that are near those national parks are not seeing the same kind of business. This is true for all kinds of scenarios all around the country, right? Like other government buildings where, got the little cafe down the street, the restaurants, those people aren't getting money right now. Even the bigger businesses, or to Patty's point, like the insurance company, the mortgage company, where they're like, damn, like we've got a choice. We can either foreclose on this house and have that really inefficient process, or we can extend them and kind of eat some of the pain ourselves to be able to make this work. And that's complex, it's expensive, it cuts into profits. You know, it means that they're going to face a harder decision next year when they're setting rates. They're going to have to adjust and basically include like a Trump can't run the government penalty to their rates to be able to deal with these rainy days. Like all of this adds up and creates more and more pressure. And I don't believe for a second that these businesses are like, yeah, hold the line, make sure that those people don't get healthcare subsidies. This is worth fighting for. The Democrats actually have a really good argument.
Serious mic drop. I didn't even think of that. You know, the effects of people that spend money locally that are not going to get paid, right? And we have to also think about travel, TSA. Some of them are working out, not knowing when they will be paid. I brought it up a few days ago. I heard if you have direct deposit, some bank is actually saying, look, we'll continue to process your payroll. We know how much you get paid, and we'll lend you the money until this is over, which is, you know, shout out to them for doing that. But this thing, I just put it in the chat, trickle down destruction. It's causing so much damage by stopping people from getting paid. It's crazy.
Yeah, man, it's all the trickle-down effects. I had a family friend who was like, man, my seventh grader, super upset. They had their DC trip, and they couldn't go to anything. This was all closed. Even little stories like that, multiplying by a million, you know? Like, because they're happening a lot for a lot of different people in all kinds of different ways. And, like, all of that really adds up. When they see trashed, you know, national parks, which for a lot of us, including, and probably especially Republicans, are a point of national pride, that doesn't feel good. Like, if you're a Utah, you love your national parks. You've got some of the most beautiful places on earth in the whole country, like Zion and Bryce, so on and so forth, a whole bunch of them. You want to see those places trashed? And for what? To not give health care to people in need? Come on.
Well, let me ask you this. Well, how do you feel about them, like I said, folding, you know, a month from now when people are feeling the pain and the Democrats saying, okay, you know, now is the time.
I would lose my mind if they voted.
Exactly. That's where I am.
You know, I'd rather, like, have a conversation with my creditor than to fucking, like, let them fold. This is, like, ridiculous. They better fucking hold out.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that if you look at the negotiation, and you're like, on one side, you have people who aren't willing to come to the table at all. On the other, you've got people saying that we should make sure that healthcare is affordable. That's a really hard fight for Republicans to win. And the other two sides of this fight are, you've got people who are just running roughshod over all of our political norms, running roughshod over the Constitution when it comes to Article 1, and, you know, just the congressional power to appropriate in particular, you know, not following court orders, acting in the most authoritarian ways that we've seen in this country since, I don't know, at least for the last century. People aren't for that shit. They're just not for it. Like, I think Democrats absolutely should hold out until they get concessions, which, oh, by the way, is exactly what Republicans have done over and over and over again.
So let me ask this question, okay? Because you say hold out, and I'm trying to figure out what's the pathway forward. The original Affordable Care Act, the subsidies were due to run out back in 2020 or 21. Hence why Obama took it and put it under, extended it under the IRA. Is that correct?
I believe so, but it was set to expire by Democrats this December as well.
Well, the expiration would be from the IRA expiring in December of 2025. Right, 21, 2025, that's 4 years. So my thing is, they've already begun to dismantle the Affordable Care Act when they stop making it mandatory and people not having to or not getting the penalties because you don't have health insurance. So that to me, I could be wrong, but that is suggesting we're done with this. We're just taking it away piece by piece. So if that's the case and you're asking these people to bring it back, I don't see a way forward. Where are you thinking they're gonna pull the money from? Because the big beautiful bill has already cut the dollars for this already. So I'm just trying to figure out like what path is the way forward and what they've already begun to do. What are we arguing right now? Go ahead.
But under a Trump administration, because they're all on this nationalist, populist bullshit, right? America first, and we're not trying to fight anybody wars. We're not even trying to invest into other countries. Like they could. I'm gonna be honest with you with it. I don't want them to cut because I do know that somebody's gonna come back and say, hey, but they could have cut the Department of Defense budget. I'm just being honest. If you don't want to engage in wars, you want to let motherfuckers die knowing that we depend on the breadbasket. We depend on other countries to have access to the breadbasket or energy. And you don't give a fuck about your allies and you just want to be on this protectionist type policy, cut the Department of Defense budget.
We also could take some money from that $170 billion that was given to ICE. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
we don't need custom and we don't need ICE to have that much money, and it's a fraction of that's needed.
Okay.
That's not hard. We can also just borrow against the debt like we do with a lot of things. Like there's a lot of ways to handle it.
Okay. So wait a minute. You gave me 3 suggestions. Patty said, possibly could come from cutting the Department of the Defense. They just renamed this place the Department of War. So we know they're not cutting that. Now, you gave another suggestion, Your Honor, about ICE. We know for sure they're not cutting that because this is their shtick. So give me something else. Give me something else.
But that's,
I need something else.
That's part of the negotiation is that they have to do that.
But that's the thing. They're not going to negotiate on those things. Those are non-negotiables. I'm telling you, they're non-negotiables. They're not going to have that conversation. Hence why they keep saying, just come on back in. Well, we got it. Don't worry about it. Hence why they haven't done anything for the last 6 months. So I'm just trying to, I'm trying to figure out a way forward. But these arguments and what you're suggesting, that is a non-negotiable on their side. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, so this is a fight, right? And this is where Democrats have finally drawn a line in the sand. And oh, by the way, I was saying they should have done this the first go around. But we can disagree on that one or not. But this is a fight. Someone's going to back down.
Because right now,
one way or the other.
We're fighting for it.
Or they're going to...
should have been fighting from...
Like, they should already be at the table trying to find a compromise. But because they're not even at the table, that means that it has to be a fight. So, yeah, you're right. This is a really, really shitty situation. But capitulating to Donald Trump doesn't make it not a shitty situation. It just makes it a shitty situation where you don't even care enough to fight for what you believe in. So if your options are shitty, and 1, I'm a wood stand up for my people, and 2, I'm gonna fight, you gotta fight.
So I don't know what's happening with Chat and Reform. They don't know how to come back into the room.
It's because we're from Texas. I believe it's because we live in Texas.
Okay.
And I have now lost power for the 5th time today. So
really?
In the middle of curling my hair. So there's that.
Shut up. Why are you losing power? What's happening?
We had a terrible storm last night.
Storm. My chat into that, my electricity flickered on and off for a quick second, scared my dog. Yeah. And I was just like, wait, what the... the rain has been heavy. It was thunderstorming last night. It took me an hour to get home from my studio, which typically takes me about 20 minutes. It was raining so bad.
You were driving in that last night?
All right, not
It started while I was already there, and I had to get home, and I was just like, yeah, I didn't want to. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to.
Girl, I thought the Lord was coming last night. I was like, please do not leave me in the remnant. I do not want to be down here.
Chad, I had my hazards on. You know, everyone was going slow, so we all were on the same page last night. Because typically, there's that one speed demon, but no, last night everybody's looking at each other like, we gotta get home, y'all. Like, slow and steady.
Well, I'm so grateful for that wonderful commercial. It was brought to you by Texas. So so anyway, yeah, getting back to this healthcare thing. I can we just begin to start just for a minute? In order for me, like when I'm strategizing, I have to see how my opponent is thinking. I think that they want to get rid of healthcare. If you got the money, you got the money to keep it. If you don't have the money to keep it, then you don't have healthcare. That's ultimately where I'm thinking these people are going. I could be wrong, but that's where I'm thinking. Because you heard the man. He said he was paying $1,800, and come next year he's going to be paying $4,000 some dollars.
We heard young ass Marshall say that he's going from $180 to $800.
Yeah. Listen, I think they're gonna figure this out. So,
okay.
It's not. Listen, for those people that are going crazy about the subsidies and that type of thing, and how much their rate is gonna go up, that is impossible. It's difficult.
When you say it's impossible, what do you mean it's impossible? What part is impossible?
Because I personally, the way I pay my health insurance is I pay my health insurance. I pay the full amount, and then at the end of the year, when my accountant does my taxes, I get a refund from the amount that I paid less the subsidies. So
You're talking about insurance for a fucking company, or like?
No. I'm talking about personal.
Individuals don't get what's going on.
Yeah. If you don't pay the subsidy, yes. If you pay the full amount, you get the subsidy returned to you, refunded to you at the end of the year.
That's true, but no one does that.
That's if you qualify.
Privileged ass when I'm talking about paying the whole year. How many people in this room pay the whole year for any goddamn insurance?
So the point that I'm trying to make here is, if people have to start paying, I know it's difficult, but if people have to start paying and then they renew the subsidies, they'll get a refund at the end of the year. Wow. So it'll be as if they've been paying it discounted the entire time.
You hear
so everybody's screaming brimstone and hellfire.
Okay.
It's difficult. Like, you're going to do it. Everybody's like, oh my God.
Okay.
I understand. You're going to do it because it's healthcare. You have to do it. But then it's going to be refunded to you. It's not like...
Okay, you're repeating yourself. Please stop repeating yourself.
Okay, wait a minute, TC. Okay.
Don't tell me who the fuck are you?
Okay.
The person is about to move you in the goo if you talk to me like that.
Why do you have to go to hell like that? Just stay focused. Don't go to hell. Come back. All right, so... I'm just trying to wrap around what you just said. I'm trying to wrap this around my head. So, first of all, in order for you to get it at the end of the year would mean that you qualified for the subsidy in the beginning. Correct? Okay.
Yes.
Now, what you're suggesting is that this gentleman, some kind of way, find a way to pull out $3,200 out of the sky and multiply 32 times 12.
It's what our family situation is. He should not be paying $3,200 a month. What is his? How many people does that mean? What's the? Has he done the math?
No, I'm saying 32 on top of what he's already going to be paying.
That doesn't sound right. I don't know what his family situation is. What is it like? What was he paying previously?
So he said $1,800, And he
That
said it's
actually
going up
sounds
to
about right.
4,000.
Oh, okay.
If
Yeah,
he's
so
only paying twice
right,
as much,
right. Yeah, if he's paying
you look at
1,800.
Marshall. Marshall's a big liar then, from what you're saying.
No.
From
I don't know.
180 to almost $800.
No, there's 3 times. It sounds about right. So, okay, right. So he's going to be paying 3 times. So, again, if he's paying $1,800 currently, I don't know what his family situation is, but if he's paying $1,800 currently, 3 times that shouldn't. I mean, I don't know his situation, but it shouldn't break the bank.
Yeah. So here's the actual numbers. Okay, you ready? So if your household income here, let's at a little bit of a higher level. Let's start at $35,000. Not a lot. So if you're in the exchange, you're already at 224% of the federal poverty limit, right? So you're not Medicaid qualified in most states.
Wait, 35,000 for how many people? Is it a 4-person household?
This says household. I'll find it after. So 35,000. It says that your annual dollar increase is going to be $1,582. This is, by the way, from the Kaiser Family Foundation. Very reputable.
Wait. 1,582 annual, right?
This is the increase from because of the expiration. Yes, annual. Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's
an extra $100 a month plus for a household income of only $35,000. In other words, someone who's part of the 67% of this country who can barely make it month to month, right? Can't afford $1,000 surprise expense. Talking about them now having to find $1,500, almost $1,600. If you're a $65,000 household, that's your household income. Actually, sorry, it says varies on that one. Let's go 45,000. It says 288% of the federal poverty level. You're going to see a $1,836 increase. These also go way up when you go higher up the income level. Like, these are not small amounts of money for people who can't afford anything right now.
So we're talking about additional $100 a month
or more.
So we're talking about $150 a month.
Let me give you one.
Wait. At $150 a month,
I want to give you
30 days, it's additional $5 a day. That's literally additional $5 a day is what we're talking about for that last figure you gave. $45,000 a year, which, by the way, $45,000 a year, it's close to making about $17, $18 an hour. So in a state like Pennsylvania, that's not a bad livelihood for a single person, a single member household.
You're trying to save $45,000 a year for a household is
a single member
for individual, for one person, individual, $45,000.
Yeah, but I'm saying they have an extra $5 a day to dedicate for the increase, and they're gonna get it back at the end of the year when they get the shit figured out. Again, I'm not saying it's ideal. I'm not even saying it's acceptable. I'm saying for the people that are screaming bloody murder.
Yeah, but you're pretending like that's not the lights being turned off, or not having enough food, or not paying your bills. Like, it's not paying your bills. Like, these people aren't with extra. Like, what are we doing? They don't have. If 67% of the country can't afford $1,000 emergency expense,
over
67%.
A year, it's $1,000 per month. It's not. We're not talking about over.
They would have bought a village by now if they could afford it. What's going on
That's
here?
That's like $80 per month.
Okay, can I chime in real quick?
Please.
So if you're a retired couple on a fixed income, I saw the stats for Maine, 130,000 married couple. This is what they get. They're going to see a $16,000 increase. All right, so now you have a fixed income, you're not working, and now you're budgeting. What if they're renting? Well, Aaron just said it. You got to eat. You got to pay your other bills. This is unacceptable. I don't know why people try to rationalize a 20, 15, even 10% increase for something that you're paying for right now and can't afford it. Why does it need to go up? It's unacceptable. I know.
So it's not so insurance goes up every year, okay? That's always a given. But the problem is that the subsidies that help to offset the increase has expired. That's where we are. So we're not even talking about bringing down the premium. We're talking about the subsidies that help pay for the premium. So, TC's suggestion is, hey, listen, guys, once they get it all straightened out, you'll get a tax credit at the end of the year. If in fact that's where they land at.
Yes.
But the thing is, TC, you're automatically assuming that these people would be able to afford it, and they just simply can't. And they're not where you are.
You know what? And you know what? Now that TC has made this argument, I know he hasn't ever been in a household where they had to pay bills and still had to feed their kids. You always talk this shit about how I came from a poor household. If you came from a poor household, you remember when your mama, my mama had.
Wait, those people aren't paying insurance, Patty. Hold on.
Volunteer for bingo.
Patty,
used to clean the bathrooms and the fucking. No, don't hold me on. You can talk after. I didn't fucking interrupt you. My mother had to fucking volunteer for bingo. She had to volunteer to clean fucking bathrooms. She had to volunteer to do shit just so I could go to a decent school. So obviously you don't understand what it looks like for people who really don't have the fucking money. You're a liar. You've been lying to us this whole time because this wouldn't even be a conversation. Talking about if they pay a whole year, they'll get a discount and they get a credit. Nobody, people that are volunteering for bingo, people that are fucking working janitorial jobs, people that are working at the bottom, or people that are working just to make it, that may be working multiple jobs, cannot afford to pay for a year.
So, Patty, what I'm saying is I know exactly what I'm talking about because I was there. Those people, okay, the ones that you're talking about that are scraping to get by, the ones that can't afford health insurance, chances are they live under the poverty line and they don't have to pay for it in the first place because they're on Medicaid. I wasn't
on Medicaid. That's the thing that's sad about it. Y'all really think that Medicaid is just a thing, right? So they may do emergency Medicaid when you first find out you're pregnant or whatever. But there are certain things that would keep you from being able to get these food stamps. I can tell you I've never had food stamps in my household. But my mom was still poor. I can tell you that my insurance was, or the little bit of insurance that we had, I've never had Medicaid.
I'm sorry, Medicaid.
But I can tell you, I was still, my mom was poor. There is a such thing as being poor and just not being eligible. When I first graduated from college, I was living from check to check. Do you know there would be times I'd be like, okay, so I'm going to buy Chinese food and split this in half because I wasn't eligible for a lot of these programs. This is my first year of getting out of college. I decided I'm going to go ahead and teach. But that fucking teaching and certifications just because I took a practice exam, I knew I wasn't going to survive like that because I was barely making it with paying my insurance, and I wasn't living above my means. So don't talk about some shit you don't know about. You keep talking about how you came from that part of life, but I don't really believe you ever came from that part of life.
I just want to say,
I call cap on that. Hold on, I call cap on that refund. You only get a refund on your health insurance if you overpay for health insurance. So I don't know where you're getting that from.
If you listen to me,
it is an option. If
you listen to me, you would have heard me say that if you don't accept the subsidy and you pay it, you qualify for the subsidy. That's considered an overpayment.
So it's still an overpayment.
It's still an overpayment.
The subsidy help you from. So now
I agree. I mean,
guess what? You're not getting the refund, bro.
I don't know where Divine is coming from with that.
You made the argument of a refund. So now the subsidy is not there. Where's your refund?
No, what I said was obviously they're going to pass the subsidy, and then you get the refund.
But how would they pass it? If they're going to pass it, I'm trying to figure out how do we get to the passing part.
So
that was my overall first question.
You said your accountant gets you a refund. That's what you said.
Yes.
All right, let's not argue this point. Let's not argue this point. Okay, we don't have to argue this point. Okay, fine, you get the subsidy. That's fine. I want to know, how do we get the conversation going with Congress and figuring out how we're going to get the subsidies back? Because like I said, what I'm hearing the Republican Party say is, listen, this Obama shit ain't it. And, we need to figure this out because we really didn't like it anyway. They have rolled back the mandatory mandates where if in fact you don't have insurance, you were supposed to get penalized. They have rolled that back. So now that that's there, is the reason why I'm thinking they're like, well, why we gotta come up with the subsidies? Because if the people don't have health insurance, they're not gonna get penalized. So what's the big deal? You just don't have insurance. You just don't have insurance. So I'm trying to figure out how do they get there. You make it sound like the Republicans want to keep the subsidies. If they want to keep the subsidies, then why can't we just have a quick conversation and get it done?
As the Democrats.
Yeah, they didn't want to. Okay, you don't have to answer every single time. Oh my God. You add confusion and say the same thing over and over and over again.
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I'm going to make it really easy for them. Don't worry. There's still lots of smart people here. You should just, like, take notes.
You sound smart to dumb people.
Okay. Awesome. That's great. You just called people dumb. That's great. Okay. The point is, first off, you don't even understand that the people we're talking about aren't under the federal poverty line. Like, what are we doing? Okay. The point of what's going on here, if you interrupt me again, I will put you down. The point of what is going on here is that Republicans do not want to expand these. We know that for a fact because they just passed a bill. If they wanted to extend the subsidies, they could have included that in the bill. They didn't include it in the bill. It's not a priority for them. It is a priority for Democrats. It's such a priority that they're willing to shut down the government, which is not a thing that Democrats like to do, so that they can try to extend these subsidies, because it is going to create very, very real pain for real people who are not going to get the health coverage that they need. That is a problem for Democrats. It is apparently not a problem for Republicans. That's why they didn't extend these. So when it comes to how do you get people to come to the table? Well, in normal times, when a president wins by 200,000 combined votes across 3 states, wins one of the narrowest margins in the House that we've seen in living memory, they go, oh, we won by a little. That's how that's normally looked at. And because we won by a little, we're going to definitely push our agenda, but we're not going to just run roughshod over the other party. We're going to maintain some level of political norms. We're going to come to the table and negotiate when we need to do things. And they're refusing to do that. They're not even coming to the table. There's no negotiation. There's no respect for the fact that not only are these Democrats, they're representatives of nearly half of the country. They represent people, Americans, right, who in a republic are represented. That representation deserves to be heard, at least negotiated with, and they're not even doing that. And so what Democrats have to do is to try to create some normalcy again in how our democratic republic functions, so that we can actually solve problems together and have our governmental system function some way other than Donald Trump gets whatever the fuck Donald Trump wants. That can't be the way that this works. They have to draw a line in the sand, because the Republicans aren't paying any attention to any of the norms that lead to good governance in this country. So until that happens, they need to hold out.
Abram, I got a question. I have a question for you, Abram. Can I ask you?
Run it, Rice, because we was having to go back and forth. Go ahead, TJ.
Yeah, all of that kumbaya, we are the world bullshit doesn't work in politics. The Democrats are doing what the Democrats does best, which is anarchy. They could stop this president today. That's exactly what they're doing.
Okay, but listen.
Democrat a little bit ago, but go ahead.
Stay focused with me, TC. Before you go off. No, why are y'all doing this? Because I need to hear from the Republicans or the MAGA party and try to understand what's going to happen with this health care. Are they going to get rid of it? Because I want the people to understand what's getting ready to happen.
And the answer is, First Lady, no. The Republicans are not getting rid of the subsidies. It is popular amongst the Republicans to preserve and extend these subsidies.
Well, then why wasn't
That's not a lie.
it
Just go
beautiful? Wait a minute. If that is true, then why didn't they make it happen in the big beautiful bill? Why didn't they make it happen?
We keep going back to this, First Lady. Congress typically goes to the cliff. They go directly to the deadline before they negotiate on anything. They've done this on CRs. They've done this on the big beautiful bill with the tax cuts. They do this routinely. They wait until it's about to expire, and then they negotiate on it. I don't know why they do that. It's very inefficient.
Okay, are you talking about the House?
He doesn't know what he's talking about, because if he knew what he was talking about. he would understand that we already hit the cliff. The letters are already going out to people where they have to commit to paying the
Exactly. We're already in the enrollment.
Many states are over the cliff.
Yeah, we're already in open enrollment. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Already in open enrollment.
The Democrats, how can, okay, but wait, but let me just make sense of this. You said it's up to the Democrats to do what now?
You don't.
Okay, so
I don't have to
if the Democrats,
woman.
okay, listen, y'all, why y'all gotta argue? It's just Saturday. We're just having a conversation. If this is true, right, and you say they're going up against the cliff, what they're saying is correct because people have begun to receive how much their premiums are going to be. I'm trying to figure out, you keep talking about this cliff, and I remember the summer, so you can't just tell me that they keep going to the end of the summer. They had conversations, and if I'm not mistaken, Trump put pressure on their asses because there were Republicans that was holding out and not voting on the big, beautiful bill. They, for whatever bullcrap they tried to make it seem like they really wasn't, for what the Democrats was for. But anyway, they was holding out. And Trump was like, y'all better get that shit done before 4th of July. Am I right or am I wrong? Is that a fact or am I lying?
I called it.
Okay, but so you remember. So if you remember that, and you're talking about they were pushing until the end, the Democrats were still holding out. So what are you saying?
It's leverage. It's leverage. That's why I said that kumbaya, we are the world shit doesn't work. It's called leverage and negotiation. So what the Republicans are going to do is they're going to go up into the cliff to create the most amount of leverage. There's some people in here that doesn't understand that. Like business, you have to do this. You literally have to take every inch of leverage you can to try and extract out as much for your side as you can get. So the reason why they do this, First Lady, is for the maximum amount of leverage. If they can bring the Democrats up to a cliff on something they know the Democrats want, but they want to, but they know the Democrats want it more, they're going to use it as leverage to get out of the deal what they want, which are their priorities. This is how they negotiate. But what's happening right now is you've got a game of chicken in the Senate, okay? And you've got the Democrats thinking they have all the leverage, that they're doing what their base wants them to do. And you've got Trump thinking he has all the leverage. He's doing what his base wants him to do. And so because both sides think they have the leverage, we're in this stalemate, which is why I've said the Democrats will blink first because they'll realize they in fact do not have leverage because their voters are going to be the ones.
You're in the matrix. Stay there.
The Democrats are going to vote first. Watch my words. I guarantee you. I'm making the prediction again on this very stage. Today is October 25th. Democrats are going to buckle. Probably before November 1st.
Okay, that's great. So you may be right. We'll see if that happens or not. We'll see. I don't think we've got any prophets on stage, but we'll find out later.
I've been right consistently.
Okay, you're done.
Yeah,
you just talked for like 3 straight minutes. I wanted to interrupt you a lot. I didn't. We're moving on. So the problem with this is, like, first off, the idea that describing a hard-fought negotiation or a hard-fought fight, which is what we're in right now, as kumbaya is crazy. The idea that coming to the table to compromise to keep the government open is kumbaya is also crazy. We are already over the cliff. If I went to the cell phone store right now and they told me it's going to be $300 a month, but there's probably going to be a discount that we'll give you after the fact where we're going to give you $150 a month off, I'm not buying that cell phone plan. Like, what are we doing? That is what people are facing right now. To the store, right? They're going to the exchange where they buy things. And the price in many states is as much as like double what it was before because the subsidies have expired.
That's what I was trying to say.
And they are committing to paying that over time, right? This is the plan they're going to have for the next year. We are over the cliff. This is the feeling that one has when you slipped at the edge of the cliff and you're falling. That's where we are. There are many states that haven't quite gotten to the cliff yet, but they're right around the corner, which means we're already there. We are at the crisis moment. So there's only two choices here. You either are someone who believes that if you don't have the money, you don't deserve the health care, them's the breaks, you should have been born rich or made other decisions or however the hell you want to look at it, and that just sucks for you, them's the breaks. Or you're someone who thinks that we really should make sure that everyone has health care because A, I care about my fellow human beings, and B, oh, by the way, it's also good for me as well and everyone in society when everyone is healthy because they don't get other people sick and the economy runs better and everything else. Those are the only two options right now because we are already over the cliff. We're not waiting to get there.
Open enrollment. I just want to say, open enrollment season starts next week. That's what all I was trying to add to this is to say that open enrollment season starts next week for next year. So you have to start the selections for next year, next week, and we're already. I'm adding to what Abram is saying. We're over the cliff. We there's no looking back. So once these premiums are locked in, it's going to be hard. And hard choices come with hard decisions, and it's now going to be a matter of whether I eat or whether I have insurance. This is not a good situation, no matter how you want to look at it. You can smack it, flip it, rub it down, however you want to look at it. But this is not good. And the numbers that are... Yeah, you want to look at the numbers that are coming out and the projections that the states have made. The projections that the states have made are not good. They just aren't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so here's the thing. You know, I know some people do that jibber jabber math where they be like adding 3 points and then plus and minus and subtract. I need straight math. And TC, what you're giving me is a bunch of fluff. And then you got all these, you know, my MAGA friends over here, they support TC's cooking. But what you're going off of is a bunch of hypotheticals. And you're telling me this is what the Dems do. When I'm sitting here and again, I'm recanting what actually has happened up until today. You're explaining to me a bunch of hypotheticals about, oh, this is what they do. This is what they do. Okay, fine. This is what they do. Again, I'm trying to figure out that if in fact this big beautiful bill, because that's what Schumer was holding out, because the Senate didn't want to do this, and everybody was like, "Oh no, Schumer, you got to keep the House, the government open. You got to keep it open." So he did that, and during this period of time, they were supposed to be negotiating. They didn't do it. They never came and sat at the table. So now you want the people, you know, the Dems, to trust again and say, okay, fine, yeah, we'll do the clean resolution. And then come November 21st, when that runs out, the CR runs out then, go into the next actually budget process, what is it going to be then? I don't get it. If you have a plan now, then just tell us what the plan is. But it doesn't seem like you actually have a plan, because if you had a plan, then why wasn't it in the big beautiful bill?
Okay, listen. Wait, TC.
I actually have a friend that helps with enrollment. She actually says she's enrolled people in certain plans, and as of January, some of those plans that she has them enrolled in, they don't know that they're going to end up getting kicked out if the Democrats don't do what they need to do. So don't sit around here and just make a conversation when you don't really know what's going on. Like, do the Google search, read on what can be cut. But I'm telling you, from a fucking good source, that she was like, man, this shit's fucked up because we got people enrolling in certain plans and their ass gonna get kicked the fuck off in January.
This is what I want to do. Keep the math simple. Keep it extremely simple. Okay.
We can't do math. Let somebody else talk.
So here's what we have, right?
Sophia, stop it. Go ahead.
So we have the Senate. Okay. We know, as a matter of fact, based on the most recent poll, that a majority of Republicans are in favor of the subsidies. I feel like if we could just deal with facts, the math is going to be simple. Can we at least agree on that? If I need to post the poll, I can. I think it was like 55% of Republicans.
Oh, I didn't know they did that. No, I didn't know that.
Yes, okay. There is a poll. I'm sure somebody can.
Yeah, they want the subsidies. Right, he's right. So, they want the subsidies.
Okay, they want the subsidies.
Let's just go with the amount of senators there are in the Senate. Okay, there's 100 senators in the Senate. If I'm not mistaken, based on my last count, I think it was like 57 or 56 of those senators are Republican, and 44 senators are Democrat. You guys can correct me on these numbers.
Why are we listening to this?
So here's what we do. Here's what we do. Let's do it math. Simple, right? Simple. He doesn't want the facts to come out, so he wants to try and talk over me. It does. Okay. So we do 50% of 54 is how much? 26. 20. You take 27 plus the existing 44 senators. You have a supermajority that you can pass subsidies tomorrow. What the Republicans are doing, what the Democrats are doing is they're saying, no, we want this now, before we open the government. The votes are there, First Lady. You're going to get your subsidies. There's no question about it.
Okay.
The votes are there.
So wait a minute, hold up. So you telling me
just tell me if that makes sense before we move on.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Don't say yeah.
It doesn't.
Because
it doesn't make
Patty
sense.
said no.
So what does it
He doesn't even have the numbers of senators right.
We've had this hard. What's going on here? If it made sense, and he already knows since you're talking about this damn poll that came out. If it made sense and they were gonna do it, they would have did it by now. Right. So you want Democrats to vote so this can pass, so they can negotiate again? Like, bro, they've been negotiated since March. What additional time do they need?
So that's
like, make it make sense. Like, look, I get it. You're trying to you're twerking. And you're twerking because you want it to be right. But you gotta be honest. Because there's been times that I've been beat up even in this room because I'd be like, yo, that I don't give a fuck. They're still wrong. Even with the Reagan tariff shit, to me, I felt like it was a tariff thing because he was trying to big up corporations and say fuck the poor people. So, got it. I've gone against bullshit that I think the Democrats have done. You have to be honest with yourself and say this shit ain't gonna work. They need to hold it down. And I'm telling you, from a person that's not gonna get a paycheck on the front, I'm okay with not getting that paycheck. Not because I may have some money saved up, but even if I didn't, I will figure it out.
That's still fucked up, though. That's still fucked up.
If I gotta go to McDonald's, yeah, but if I gotta go to McDonald's to work a second job and tell my boss, like, hey, I gotta work at night, because even as a young lieutenant, I fucking delivered pizzas because I had to make sure my daughter had her daycare paid for. I'm telling you, if I'm willing to sacrifice $1 or make sure, or even skip a mortgage payment, guess what? It's important to me. It should be important to any other American. It should be important to you.
So I agree with you.
Wait a minute, TC, because I had a question based off of what you said. So you're saying that they already have a number, they already have this plan situated out? So the reason why they're holding out is because they just want the Democrats to lose it? To lose
open
this?
The government. To open the government.
Right, but I'm just saying, why not open the government and then make it?
Because they lose their leverage. They lose their leverage in the negotiation. The Democrats, that's why they won't open the government, but they eventually will. I agree with you. They should open the government. But the reason why the Democrats are refusing to do it is because they have the leverage in the negotiation. So going back to the numbers I mentioned a minute, right? If you're looking at the total number of Democrats in the Senate, okay, which is 46, and you look at Congress.
You know how easy it would have been.
Numbers like, bro, nobody wants to hear like a whole bunch of numbers.
Just give me the number. How many?
Like nobody wants to hear yes and numbers at all.
Like Google is so free.
Nobody's interested in hearing like what you think. Like literally, there's no so.
Can we please
get the numbers right? Get the numbers right.
Please. Let's move on. Okay, so let's do the math. How many?
No, ain't no math. Your math been wrong since you've been talking. Nobody want to hear no math, no more math.
Oh yeah, because you're a dumbass, right? I know you are. So listen, what's the numbers? How many Democratic governors are there?
Don't ask us. Don't call.
Can we move them around?
How many Democratic? No,
You mad at us because we called you out on your numbers being wrong.
Yeah.
How you mad at us?
How many?
Should we discuss if 1 + 1 = 4?
No. If you ask him, 1 + 1 don't equal 2.
Republicans have 53 seats. The Democrats have 45 seats.
Now take.
Oh, what the fuck? I was right. God damn it! I was right.
Second chat.
Oh, you guys are gonna fucking blow my shit over one senator? Cause I said I didn't know.
Wrong is wrong. Wrong is wrong.
Okay, so check this out. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and let TC and Aram fight. Let these two men fight. So let them fight, and they're gonna go back and forth. And I know Aram has, and TC better have, because he's gonna have to drop you and don't fucking leave because you get pissed off and you don't get your point across. Stop interrupting Aram when he's talking, and he's not gonna interrupt you. So you guys can have the back and forth, and we'll just do this for the next time. Is that okay with everybody in the room?
Yes, and can I put the numbers?
No. Stay here on your one time.
No. Nobody's turning here.
If you want me to cook TC, I'll have the conversation.
We already know he gonna cook TC. We don't even need 5 minutes to figure out that he's using Google to try to figure out his numbers to get his head right.
Yeah, let's let TC go and explain to us how many senators
Again,
are.
let him explain again. Okay.
Go ahead, TC.
We'll give you the room again, TC. You got it.
Are you doing the same?
Yeah, let's do.
Yeah, this is that goofy shit that the liberals do, right? So how many Democratic senators are there? This is great because Aram just shows how dumb he is, right? This is great, right? He doesn't even know how to do basic math.
Insults whenever you can't communicate.
Just let him go. Let him go. I'm good.
Insults. The personal attacks when you can't communicate.
Wait a minute, hold up. Let's set the rules. Your Honor and TC are gonna have the back and forth. No personal fouls.
Let me get the stats.
No.
Just let TC do it. We're good.
Dupree, why are you in it?
Go ahead, TC.
Because he can't help it. Dupree, I get it. You want to help Aram. Aram is very intelligent.
That's debatable and it's hardly true.
Okay,
so
and
it's
no
debatable.
personal fouls.
Just let him go. Just start TC. Just start.
What you're not gonna do is disrespect Aram.
Oh, I'm not gonna disrespect Aram, but Aram can disrespect me.
Let me tell you something. You get a lot of protection in this fucking room.
As does Aram. He gets to send me down to the
You
goo.
fucking right, because he's a green bean and he makes sure the room.
So then we can level some shit, right?
So
Let's level it.
Yeah, but you're not gonna call him names.
All right, sorry,
So
Aram.
I could care less if he calls me
forth.
names. Let's just go.
We'll be very soft around your feelings. I hate to hurt your feelings, God
It's
forbid.
not his feelings, it's my feelings.
You don't have to explain about the feelings, Mia.
My heart.
You don't owe him no explanation.
45 senators, fine. 45 senators, all right? 45 Democratic senators in the Senate, okay? 53 Republican senators in the Senate, all right? There's a few independents that caucus with the various different parties, all right? I'm driving, so I'm not gonna do actual numbers. What I'm saying is when you take 50% of Republican senators, which if my math is correct, that should come to 27. And you add that to the 44 that already exists, 45 that already exists. 45 plus 27. You have more than the 16 vote threshold needed to pass subsidies in the Senate. That's it. So the point here is that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When will the Democrats come to the realization that they can't hold out forever? They go ahead and pass the CR and get the subsidies that Americans so desperately need. That's it. I'm done.
Okay, now I got it. Now I'm gonna go. Yeah, I agree, but let me explain. So first off, there are 45 senators who are Democrats. There are 2 independents who caucus with the Democrats. One of them is Sanders, the other is Angus King out of Maine. That means they have 4 in their caucus. That's what matters. Now, I don't know why you're saying 50% of the GOP is for subsidies when the GOP just passed a bill that does not extend the subsidies. They weren't fighting for that. They didn't say, I would vote for it if you put the subsidies in, but I'm not voting for it because the subsidies aren't in there. There was no period where they said, hey, we're going to deal with this later. This is really important to us to make sure that, this set of people who are in the exchanges are going to get the subsidies that they need to be able to afford health care. They didn't do that. The 50% of I think you said 50, whatever number you said. The 50% doesn't even make any sense. Because by what? What does the 50% mean? Why is that a thing? So there's no reason to believe that 50% of Republicans would extend subsidies. And there's no reason for Democrats to give up their leverage, right? Their leverage right now is shutting down the government and not passing the debt ceiling increase, right? That is their leverage. If they give up that leverage, there is no reason for them to believe that Republicans who have been acting in bad faith for decades, everything from stealing a Supreme Court seat to now talking about sending federal observers to watch over elections in California and New Jersey, to gerrymandering states, to changing the powers of the governor in states like North Carolina when they don't like that a Democrat won. There's no faith. There's no reason to believe in the Republicans. And there's definitely no reason to believe that the Republicans think that extending these healthcare subsidies is a good idea. It is already too late. If they want to do it, they should do it right now. They all have the ability to do that. If a handful of Republicans came out and said, well, we need 7 of them. If 7 Republicans came out and said, we're tired of this shutdown, we think these people should have the subsidies anyway, this would be over. It would be done right now. They have that power. So stop bullshitting the people.
So let's go with Aaron's math. He literally just said if 7 Republicans were to side with the Democrats, we'd be out of this conundrum. And he's talking about my math?
It should be 8.
He's talking about my math.
You don't get to clown somebody on math when your math was wrong,
7
brother.
Republicans is what's
But brother,
No,
you don't get to
this
clown.
is between me and Aaron. Go on mute. Go on mute.
No.
Go on.
You've been talking too much. No, sir. No, sir.
Maddie, so y'all
He's right. I should have said 8.
No, he's right.
Well, he should. But no,
No. Maddie, where's Maddie? Where's First
Let him have
Lady?
his minor one.
Where's any of these people? You gonna talk about my math? When you have the numbers and you don't know how to do basic math?
Stop. So when it comes to the majority, I've done it too. So just saying the numbers, you can't.
Oh my God, this is rich.
And guess what? This is what's so crazy. You're not even arguing the point. You're not.
Wait, you guys are protecting him so bad.
Guess what he said while you up
His math was off by a whole factor of 4.
Guess what he said?
Wait, let him go, Patty.
Yeah, let him out of Florida. That feeds him. Let him just talk. That feeds him.
Why am I off by a factor of 4? Go ahead.
You said the Democrats need 7. How many are in the Senate? Democrats are in the Senate. You just said 47. You said 45 and 2 caucus with the Democrats makes 47, correct? Now you add 7 to 47. How much do you get? 54. I'll do the math for you. You don't need to take out a calculator.
Like you had to do when your numbers were wrong, but go ahead.
Aram? What's 54 minus 60, Aram?
We're not depending on your math, so I'm going to use my calculator.
6, Aram, is 6. You don't need 7 Republican senators. You know how much you need? 13 senators, Aram. 13 senators. So before you come for me, I suggest you use your calculator. Because you don't know how to do basic math, sir. And I'm doing this shit from the top of my head while I'm driving.
You're derailing. Just go towards.
I'm not. He's the one that said I couldn't do basic math.
But we didn't beat
Why
you
are you
up, man.
protecting him?
Hey, hold on.
You can't come for me when he tries to call me dumb. No,
Let's all be on the same page, because you can't just yell.
This
You
is
can't
not
just yell and everybody
when
gonna
Aaron
listen.
was calling me dumb and my numbers were right, y'all wasn't doing the
Your
whole
numbers weren't
shit.
right.
So now that Aram is off by 13, god dang on senators, we gotta hold on.
By the way, you're repeating what I said, CC. I'm actually
I forget sometimes. Give me a break. You liberals are a joke. You're a joke. You don't value important information.
You're not doing the math right
You don't value facts. What you value is this performative bullshit. I'm not doing math wrong.
TC, it would be 14 by what you're saying, dude. It would be 14, not 13.
40. You're taking it.
Okay, he admitted, and he went back to the conversation. So let's get back to the conversation.
Okay.
Okay, so let's fuck the numbers and let's hit a simple fuck.
Patty, he's trying to correct me and he's still wrong. He just said
you're still wrong. It would be 14 by the way you're doing the math.
It's 13.
Okay, let him respond.
It's 14, TC.
Oh my God, you guys are dumb. I'm sorry.
No, ain't no
47 plus 13 is how much? 47 plus 13 is how much?
It's 60.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the third time you've been packed up. How many times I gotta pack you up, Aaron?
Tell me why you did the 50% of the 50 of the.
No, we're not moving over that. You called me dumb. You called me all things, but then when your math was off and my math was correct, now we gotta move.
Your math was not correct.
This is horrible for you, Aaron. I think you have completely smeared your reputation as being an informed arbiter in these conversations. When you called my math wrong,
your math was wrong.
14.
Okay, so let's get back to the conversation, okay?
No, man.
I already know the number. Let's get back to the conversation.
Patty, I'm gonna milk this for all it's worth till you kick me off the stage, Patty. Because this motherfucker.
You should try to milk this for all it's worth. Because it's basically all you've got.
Yo, this is a big win for Republicans. This is a big win for conservatives. This is a big win for Republicans.
Explain what your 50% of the 53
Your
was.
champion just got backed the fuck up. Because he's got this money to do
What was the 50% of the 53? What was that? What was that, TC?
Hey, listen to your mammy, Patty. She says she wants to move on.
I
want you to explain your 50%. Explain your 50%.
I ain't nobody's motherfucking mammy.
Well, then, Patty, why don't you correct
And I got a daughter.
then?
I'm a mother. I'm not a
Aaron
mammy.
clearly
Stop
doesn't.
using fucking racial ass fucking slurs to fucking comment on who the fuck I am. I'm a black woman with a child. I'm a mother. I'm not nobody's fucking mammy. Okay? Maybe you have a mammy. That's why you fucking talking this bullshit that you talking. So you might want to fucking pull that shit back. I ain't the motherfucker to be playing with. Calling me a mammy. You got me fucked up.
So can you he's gone. He did deserve to get moved down for that. But regardless of that, the 50% thing makes absolutely no sense. There is not 50%. There is not 50% of Republicans in DC who want to vote for subsidies. Tell me the 50%. Tell me the 27, as you said, who want to vote to extend subsidies, TC. That is the most batshit crazy thing I've ever heard. Can you name 27 Republican senators? Name one. Who's the one who wants to extend subsidies?
Move the mic around. I didn't packed up Aaron. He's trying to say.
Yeah, now you got nothing to say.
He's gonna end.
Now you got nothing to say.
On this.
This is incredible.
Sorry, I'm not gonna say
this. This is incredible. You have nothing to say. You can't explain why 0 Republicans were actually publicly on the record saying that they want to extend the subsidies. None. That's because they don't want to, which is exactly what we were talking about. Republicans do not want to extend the subsidies for these people on the healthcare exchanges. And because you don't even understand how it works, you didn't understand who this actually applies to. You were talking about Medicaid. These are not people who are eligible for Medicaid by definition. That's not a thing. That's not what's going on here. But you don't understand the basics of this argument at all. And so you're like just throwing shit out there. And finally you found something that sticks because I misspoke. Great. Good for you. Explain the 50% thing. Tell me.
Hey, Aaron, I'm gonna let you lick your wounds, buddy. I'm not saving you.
So you have no answer.
That was a horrible face for you, bro.
It really wasn't.
It really wasn't for you. Not only did you get your math wrong twice, you
really
tried to correct
you have said all kinds of numbers repeatedly that make no sense. You don't understand the federal poverty level. You didn't know how many senators, what the balance of power is in the Senate. You didn't know. You made up bullshit numbers about 50% of 53, or you said 54, I believe, at the time. That number kept moving. So who the hell are you to be talking about numbers right now? Like, you don't know a goddamn thing, TC. You come up here and you run your mouth about stuff that you have no idea about all the time. You're talking about the affordability of healthcare while telling us that you pay the full price up front, which is great for you. I'm glad you've got the money to be able to pay your healthcare premiums in full. Even though it doesn't make any sense to do that anyway. Because why are you not taking the interest on that money? Why do you want the government taking the interest? It's like stupid finances regardless. Like, who wants to overpay their taxes so they get a refund? That makes absolutely no sense. And when we're talking about affordability, the people who are like really living on the edge, the 67% of people who are living paycheck to paycheck, you don't understand what they're going through because they would never do that in a million years. Because they need money to be able to keep a roof over their head, to keep the lights on, to feed themselves, transportation, all that kind of stuff. So you don't know the first fucking thing about numbers. And he's real quiet now. That's a win by my book. Want to keep it moving?
I guess we'll keep it moving.
So just to bring it back to where we were, the point is that Republicans do not want to pass this. And Democrats have to hold strong, because if they don't hold strong and they show that they don't actually value their people enough to stand up for them, they're going to look like they're weak, which is exactly what they looked like back in March or April or whenever the first go around with this was. And they're just going to keep getting beaten up by the bully who's sitting in the White House over and over and over and over again. They're going to keep getting punked, and it's going to look like crap, and no one's going to want to fight for them because they don't even want to fight for you. They have to fight.
Abram, I was going to ask you the question, right? Because I was concerned as to something he said which didn't make sense, right? So if you got the credit, let's say, for instance, you took it as a credit on your tax as an overpayment, it doesn't guarantee that you get the credit, correct?
No, you would only get the credit if they pass the extension.
Right.
Yeah.
But they would have to pass it as an expansion. And I thought that they had negated the expansion when they passed the big beautiful bill. Wasn't it taken out of the expansion when they cut it during the Medicaid piece through the big beautiful bill?
I don't think it was ever in there. They let it expire.
That's what I thought. I was just trying to double check and make sure. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because that's where I thought the double talking was coming in, the bullshit was coming in, and I was like, wait a minute. I thought that there was either it was cut or it wasn't. They were gonna let it expire. I just wasn't sure. Thanks. That's what I wanted to know. That's why I knew it was bullshit what he was talking.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And this is the thing, like, they want to act like all this is team red, team blue shit. Like, if they wanted to extend the subsidies, they have the power to extend the subsidies. They would probably get all the Democratic votes.
They don't want to extend.
If the Republicans wanted it, it would pass overwhelmingly. There'd be no problem whatsoever. Of course Democrats want to expand healthcare. They've been fighting on expanding healthcare since the early 90s, maybe even before that.
I agree with that. Democrats have always talked about expanding healthcare. And I want you guys to remember, when the Affordable Act was passed, there were a lot of people in our community that were facing really difficult situations with parents. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there were people who had private insurance, and the minute they got sick, they were dropped, okay? Or their premium went up all of a sudden. And my family faced it personally. My parents my mom personally paid 40 years into Blue Cross Blue Shields. The father started getting sick. 6 months into his sickness, the insurance wrote us and said, sorry, we can no longer support this care. So families then had to figure out, how am I going to pay for this out of pocket? And so that's what the Affordable Care Act came about, because a lot of people put pressure at that point. We were facing crisis. People who were having cancer couldn't get services. And so when that situation happened, Democrats did take that to heart. And I feel now we're at a point where Republicans were cared from the beginning, and they still showing us that they don't care. And what's going to happen now is really going to hurt every person one way or another. And if you think that people who are on low income fit this quote unquote criteria for Medicaid, your 1 penny over cuts you off. So to me, that's really not being honest with the way things are happening here. And the people that are really hurting, we've heard it live here just an hour ago. The gentleman was talking about his real life stories. These are the realities that we all have to face. And it makes me sick that we give this platform or room for this TC guy to run his mouth,
not even having his number right.
Just doing basic math, ma'am, is 2 plus 2 equaling 4.
No. I know 2 plus 2, honey. I can tell you a little bit about 2 plus 2, but your math weren't right. I was listening here.
Where was my math wrong, ma'am? Where was my math wrong?
First of all, you said there's 56 Republicans. That was wrong.
Okay, ma'am, I said I was driving, and I don't know.
You're still wrong. It doesn't matter whether you're driving or not. You're wrong.
You asked me where.
Okay, so I'm off by one
We're
state.
still wrong.
She was talking and y'all cutting her off. Let her.
But I'm just saying, you know, it shouldn't be an issue of Republicans, Democrats. We have serious crisis issues going on. These private insurances are out of control.
Who set up the private insurances? Who set up the private insurances? Was that Obamacare? That consolidated all the private insurances together?
Stop
You just got up here.
Stop.
No.
That's a free market. Republicans.
Stop interrupting her. There's only one person who should be speaking, and her name, I believe, is Sophia.
Privatization is not.
Is it Sophia who's going right now? Robert, stop it.
Robert,
Robert, what are you doing? Let her finish what she's saying.
Okay, pardon me.
Well, the Obamacare Act, or the Affordable Care Act, we should say, actually was brought forth to put regulations so that these private insurances do not get to just ramp up the numbers. That's why it came about. It was supposed to regulate things so that the average person doesn't have to go through the things that we're about to face in a couple of weeks here. And that to me is a problem. That it should not be a Republican versus Democrat. It should be who's going to hurt the most in our society. And we know the elderly are going to hurt the most. It's always the case. I land.
Well, currently, Aram's hurting the most right now because he's still trying to figure out what's 13 plus 50.
Why would I be hurt by UT?
So sorry.
A man who comes on here with his satin green dress and bullshit for years and years and years on that. Who got his numbers wrong 5 times before I got them wrong once.
Hold your nuts together.
You are the smallest tiny man on this app. Full of tiny men. It's incredible.
Hold your nuts.
He's gonna go on for like 20 minutes about how he's stupid, but he can do basic math.
It's
all right, Philip. I don't know you, Philip.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, let me ask a question. Why are the insurance companies consolidating it?
Are you smoking? What's wrong with your nose?
Yes, he is.
Insurance companies are consolidating, and I'm just wondering who put the regulations in place for what's going on with the actual premiums we're looking at right now. Oh, it was the Democrats. That's right. They passed the Affordable Care Act. The crisis that you guys continue to speak of was all set up by Obama. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I want to be ready for one of those changes.
Hey, BT. Yeah, John. Hey, BT. Happy Saturday. What's going on?
Good evening. I want to respond to Sophia.
BT, did you catch that massacre that just happened on the stage a minute ago?
BT!
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
Sad. I'm
not listening to no man that has a 37% prime rate for his business. Hello? Okay, do some math, sir, TC. I'm speaking to you. Yeah.
Go ahead, BT. What you said, BT? Please just think about what you said before you say it.
I'm sorry that happened to you, brother.
Yeah,
BT, stay focused.
I love it. Get him, BT.
We really got Clubhouse's best up here right now.
BT,
We got Philip and BT and TC. Amazing. Let's get Matt Cool up here.
Thanks, sir. Always good.
So we can have
Where's Beaver?
Well, Beaver doesn't talk, so, you know, you'll never see him.
He's not smart enough.
Democrats, we get too close.
Sophia, please, Sophia, they're gonna drag you, Sophia. I don't have the energy to save you, sis. I don't have
Not the stage of degenerates you got up there, Jesus.
Go ahead.
So, my issue, Sophia, is when you say it shouldn't be Democrat, Republican, and all of this, when we know in this room specifically, you all Democrats have exhibited some of the most degenerate behavior on this app. So it's weird when you say it shouldn't be this way, but the people with the loudest voices have just terrorized and caused so much turmoil and wreaked havoc all over Clubhouse. Specifically,
closed doors because we read books and we try to share these fucking books and we're trying to create a book club. Is that the problem? Because DC, we know for a fact you don't fucking read. And we know for a fact that your ass may be a fucking janitor somewhere and you're not trying to go further than where you're going. So make it make sense, you fucking clown. Now you're fucking blocked, bitch.
Maybe if we spend more time on arithmetic and reading, it might. I'm going.
Yeah, maybe if you'd have read that contract, you wouldn't have paid 37% interest. How about that? Ugh, degenerate.
Maybe if you knew how taxes work, you wouldn't overpay over and over and over again, month over month. Like, what are we doing, TC?
What do you mean how taxes work?
He's a degenerate.
You pay too much to the government up front. You just admitted it on stage.
Of course,
You're
exactly.
an idiot. Why would you do that?
It's not. There's nothing idiocy about it. I pay. You don't. Hold on. Let me respond to Aaron, please. Aaron, you don't understand how business works. Okay. Some years. No. Let me explain.
I'm not dumb enough like you to put my business
So
on
for you
this
to
app,
understand why I do what I do, maybe you might want to ask me, TC, instead of just coming to a conclusion. I don't understand how taxes work.
TC, why do you overpay your taxes and then get a refund at the end of the year?
I don't overpay my taxes, okay? I overpay my insurance because there's a possibility that my income can be adjusted based on the previous year's earnings. Does that make sense? I don't file my taxes. I don't listen then. I don't file my taxes on time.
Makes no sense.
I don't file my taxes on time. I delay them. You understand?
Yeah,
because my income adjusts. Well, then maybe you should start a business and you might understand. Okay, maybe Patty can help you understand how this works for business owners. Okay, so not every business owner pays their taxes on time. If you look, there's a lot of business owners.
Yeah, but she pays her tax. Maybe I don't know. She's considered a medium-sized business because she employs 50 people, but she pays her taxes on time.
Most businesses pay their taxes on time, unlike your dumbass. Most business owners, and you're not because you're a degenerate. Because you're a degenerate. Because you're a degenerate. I said what I said. I don't need validation, honey. I am validated in real life. I'm validated in real life. I am validated in real life. I don't need validation. You are low
because you have voices like this.
You
throwing the
whatever. Yeah, you love to denigrate black women. Like you call Patty a man earlier. Like you call me names. Like you call black women that are intelligent black names. You are a degenerate. You are a degenerate. I said what I said. You always want to center yourself and talk about you're the smartest person in business, but all the business decisions you seem to make are quite poor, and they don't seem to be quite smart because you overpay and you keep giving the government your money, and it seems like your business decisions aren't quite smart, sir. So don't come giving people business advice when you're not making smart decisions in business. Thank you.
Right.
I mean, also the wild thing about what he said is that he actually.
Are you guys actually centering him because you talked about
what he actually said earlier was he was talking about his personal insurance. First off, he wasn't actually talking about his business insurance earlier. This is a classic TC move where he's moved the goalposts yet again. Because that actually isn't the same thing as what he was talking about. Philip, I'm going to move you down. Oh no, my finger slipped. Okay, so again, TC was talking about personal insurance earlier because we were all talking about personal insurance earlier. You know how I know that? We were talking about the exchanges. And the people who are buying their buy it personal, even if you're a business.
We can't hear you. Put him on mute. He has his mic open. Yeah, he has his mic.
If you're a business and you have your people go to the exchange, they're still buying it personally. Right. So what TC was talking about getting a refund back against his health insurance when it comes to the exchanges is something that happens on your personal taxes. Do you understand that, TC, or do you want to explain to me how I'm wrong?
Aaron, what's 60 months?
So you don't know the answer to the question?
Aaron, what's
do you not know the answer to the question, TC? Here's the thing. It's like you're talking to me about being a businessman and you don't even understand the basics of how health insurance works. Which makes me know that you're probably not giving your employees very good health insurance, and you're also not handling your money very well, which means that your business is probably suffering because of your leadership.
Yeah,
Because if you were being smart about your own taxes, you wouldn't be making the choices that you're telling us that you're making here on this stage. Because if you're overpaying, so you have to get a health care refund at the end of the year, it means that you didn't get interest off of that money over the course of the year. And even though that's not a lot of money, there's absolutely no reason for you to give that money to the government. Why would you do that? It makes no sense.
Your people insurance, and if so, what are the percentages? Tell us that. Tell us the real truth. Give us concrete numbers that really applies to you.
Okay,
so you don't
have Sophia, I'm gonna answer the
make up
question.
some numbers.
Sophia, I'm gonna answer the question. Okay. It starts with 47 and then it ends with 60. Ask Aaron what's in between.
What?
It's amazing.
Because it's not 14. It's not 14, Aaron. It's not 14.
It's amazing. You can't answer the basic question.
Okay, yeah, let's do this.
It's amazing. It's amazing how I misspoke.
47 plus 7.
And you got it wrong repeatedly before when it comes to math.
No, it's not the same.
44, you said 46, and the only two possible answers were 45 and 40.
I was driving. I wasn't looking at my phone.
Yeah, absolutely, you got that wrong. Absolutely, you got that wrong. And then you talked about 50%, and then you talked about 50% of 53 is 27, which is interesting in its own right. And then you couldn't explain why you said 50% in the first place. What did that refer to? You still can't explain what the 50% refer to. Because half of Republican senators are not for extending subsidies. That's not a thing that actually this or is real or you could substantiate. Because you're talking out of the wrong, always do. Because you're not an intelligent person.
What did I say half of 54 was?
You said half of 53.
You said 56.
Or are you saying 54 now? Because 54 is the wrong number.
You said 56.
No, I said 54.
Which is the wrong number.
56. No, don't lie.
54 is the wrong number.
Oh, God. This really is not helping the American people.
Is 27.
We the people. And this is what happens in Congress. Y'all sit up and they sit up and argue about shit that don't fucking matter. What are we talking about right now? We were having a conversation, and now we talking about math. Now I asked y'all to do the math, but not this kind of math. This ain't it. What's going on?
Okay. All right, so let's just do some math here real quick because Aaron thinks he's ready to get in.
No, let's move some numbers. You can't do math.
This is horrible, Aaron. Aaron, what's half of 53?
We know what half of 53 is. You did not say 53. You said 56. Hello?
You guys are digging your hole deeper now. This is what's crazy, man. Your president.
What are you talking about? What are you doing?
This embarrassment.
This is the Trump.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what he's trying to get
He's
at.
he's talking in circles because this is what he likes to do.
Exactly.
Don't
This is
even
what I was saying
this
before.
anymore,
It's like
Aaron.
this dude is just like a grenade in any
It's
conversation.
just
Like he does
ridiculous.
absolutely nothing.
He does this all the time. It's not.
So let's go back to where we were, which was actually First Lady's question about like how does this actually get resolved? And the way that I think it actually gets resolved, hopefully, is that Democrats don't blink, which is possible because they do that. But let's hope that they don't. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be a whole bunch of people in Republican districts who are going to go, wait, all you have to do, or Republican states really, all you have to do is extend the subsidies to these people and we can be done with this. And they're going to start to feel the pressure. And especially the ones who are up in 2026 are going to really feel the pressure. And I think that they're going to start to pressure John Thune and other Republican leaders, Donald Trump, to try to make something happen because it's actually hurting them in their districts. Their constituencies are going to be angry, and eventually they will fold. And if they don't, we've got much bigger problems because then they just don't care about democracy at all.
We already know they don't care about democracy. We already see this playing out.
But it's impacting more than just healthcare, guys. I mean, we have to look at the bigger picture. It's a lot of other pieces that are falling apart. We're looking at now that as of the 1st of November, food stamps are going to be cut off throughout the United States.
right? I actually just read an article in the Army Times that Doug Collins, who is the head of the VA, has asked the courts and lost in the courts for them to stop VA appeals that are going through for veterans. And he lost against the panel of judges to stop veterans appeals going through the VBA currently, because they said they didn't have enough money that if veterans won their appeals to pay them because of the Congress shutdown. So this is a trickle effect that is happening, guys. It's not just the healthcare piece that's being impacted. It's a lot of things that are being impacted all the way around. And I want us to see that at the end of the day that people keep pointing fingers at the Democrats. But the reality is this is a Republican Congress. Blank period. And they have the power to reopen Congress. And they can fix this problem. And we got to stop letting folks repoint the finger back at Democrats. They can reopen Congress. They got to quit the crap, and they got to come to the table. They got to come to the table with some honesty, and they got to stop going back and not doing what they're supposed to do. Because here's the thing. They're not holding town halls with their citizens. Every time they go back home, they're going back home, and they sitting around, and they're smoking cigars, but they're not meeting with their citizens. Let me tell you, Republicans are not meeting with their citizens. And people are asking them to meet in town halls because they're hurting. When the farmers are asking them to come meet with them, they don't want to meet with them because they don't want to answer the questions. That's what's really happening.
That's because at the top of the year when they were holding town halls, they were getting their asses handed.
That part, miss.
And a lot of Republican leaders told senators to stop having town halls months ago.
Yeah, but people don't want to talk about that. People don't want to talk about the reality is this is a Republican frigging shutdown. Own it. Calling Schumer's name doesn't change what it is. Y'all are the majority. You guys are the majority. You are the majority.
One thing I haven't been able to understand or comprehend at all is they tout stacking the votes. They talk about being the majority. They talk about getting their way with everything. However, they dodge blame when things don't go their way, or when they do go their way, but yet it's not beneficial to the masses.
It's wild to me. It's wild to me.
The bottom line is that they just don't care about people. Like, it's a grift. It's a grift, it's a grift, it's a grift. Which is why the people who are getting the contracts from the government are big donors. It's why, they're extorting money from businesses so that they, get lawsuits from DOJ waived, so they basically get their way. They get, permits approved, mergers approved, so on and so forth. They just have to, they have to kiss the ring. They have to pay money to the boss. It's mafia shit. And it's the only way to understand all this. And the people who supposedly used to care about things like democracy and the best ideals, the highest ideals of the United States of America, those people have either disappeared because they drew a line in the sand and they were removed from the party, or they've just completely capitulated. Like someone like Chuck Grassley, who used to be the sort of person who would wave the flag and talk about, the institutions of the United States and how important they were, and the Senate, and this, that, and the third. Now you have Pam Bondi go in and take a shit in his hearing room, and he does nothing about it. It's just a big grift. They don't care about the people. And the most important thing that the Democrats can do is to demonstrate that to the American people, that one party is just a bunch of crooks. and they're not serving the interest of the people. And the more they can expose that, the more they should do it.
So that one power, will that sector of American people care? Because they voted for it.
Well, you know, crooks will stick together. Crooks, pedophiles, all you pedophiles, you crooks, you rapists, you bunch of losers, you bunch of folks who talk about women, talk down to women. That's all y'all do. Telling women that they gotta have bass in their voice when they talk and all kinds of bullshit. That's what y'all about. I don't know.
The problem, Aaron, is that they don't give a fuck that they're crook. They turn their head. The American people know what these people are about. They know they're not for them, but they're